Hello, everyone. Welcome back. It's Wednesday. Welcome to Witcher Wednesday. I am your friendly neighborhood Prax, and welcome to the channel. We are ready for some Witcher Roads Home, and I will just go ahead and answer Godling verbally because it's faster than me typing it out at the moment. I'm an Italian stereotype. Bread is. Bread
That's not
needs to.
fair. That's not fair. You have multiple stereotypes within you. Like
This
you're
is
not
true,
just one.
but in this case, I am a Sicilian, and there's the point about bread is bread needs to stand up to sauce, so it needs to have a nice thick crust and to be able to dunk in. It needs to dunk. You need to dunk in your sauce. And if you haven't seen Stephen Malasconi discussion, or I'll look it up on YouTube. Sebastian Maniscalco, who is hilarious, and is a comedian that I will actually watch because he is not offensive to anybody. Well, let me rephrase that. He's not offensive. Hashtag not sponsored in any way, shape, or form. And nothing I have seen has made him offensive in any of the big categories of people that really get offensive. I haven't watched everything, but he actually makes me laugh, which is a weird thing. But it's also because he embraces all the Italian stereotypes that he lives with, and he acknowledges the fact that you sit down, within 5 minutes of sitting down, you need bread to dunk in olive oil and or sauce. And it needs to be able to do that. Also, I'm talking and I'm doing this motion. I can't even stop. Yeah.
May I make a bread-related comment?
You may make a bread-related comment.
Something really awful happened to me. It was like really tragic and terrible.
You ran out of bread?
No, I was like, oh, I should get bread because I want to have sandwiches, And I was like, you know what? I think I'm gonna just go and get some sourdough bread. That'll be good. And when I grabbed some sourdough bread, I got like Pepperidge Farm because they didn't have Bodine or any of the kind of real sourdough breads that you would get in San Francisco. But I got that. I was like, oh, that'll be fine. And I took it home and I made a sandwich and I bit into it. And I don't know what people outside of where I'm from call sourdough bread. Apparently this, and
No. You have to understand. There's sourdough is just the means of making. It is the name of the yeast's creation.
Yeah, it did not taste like sourdough bread. It did not really taste like anything, and I was very sad. Like it tasted like white bread with like, I don't know, with like, if it was like if somebody took sourdough bread and kind of waved it over white bread for like a moment and like little sourdough aura got near it.
If you want to talk to the Pepperidge Farm and give them a complaint, they're 10 miles that way.
I just know now to not get that.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. But we're sitting here talking. Y'all, it's Wednesday. We're supposed to be playing Witcher. Hey, Trooper, introduce yourself, because that's a great transition.
I'm Trooper SJP, and I grew up in San Francisco where I had delicious, delicious sourdough bread all the time. And it was like, had all that flavor, and it was like a good, and the thing is, what was so great about it is you could go and like put your Sicilian sausage in it, like in a good roll. And then also we had this really great Sicilian restaurant that was down the street from us that would make a garlic bread using great sourdough bread. And then would just like, there was so much garlic that like you could see the garlic on there. It was just like garlic. And if you wanted to, I don't know why you could like push the garlic off of the bread. There was that much garlic on it. But why would you ever do that? You would just eat the garlic.
Wait,
anyway,
what kind of garlic bread do you have that you can't see the garlic on?
Like other people's garlic bread,
Oh.
Where I think they just put garlic powder on bread with butter or something. I don't know.
You
anyway,
mean the wasps. It's fine.
It's not garlic bread. Anyways, we had like good garlic bread and
Hey, Lindy, help us. Help Trooper and I stop this.
So, but I'm just doing my introduction, and I'm playing Yanto, who's a criminal, and whose dad got woken up for a 50-year curse. Probably 50 years. It could have been less than that. It could have been like 5. It could have been like 1 year. Nobody knows. He could have been like going to Skellige and partying for like a couple of decades and then cursed. Probably not. But, we'll find out. And I have a sister in the game who's not a twin sister, because then we would have been born at the same time. But we were not. We were born 10 years apart. And I bet that sister of mine, the person who plays her, has opinions about bread. That's my introduction.
Hi, I'm Lindy, and I only like gluten-free bread because it won't try to kill me. I also like garlic, and I also like playing the Witcher tabletop RPG. Um, I will be playing Lady Countess Witcher Brenna von Vedler of the Cat School. Yep, right there. Perfect timing. She's, she killed some drowners recently. That was great. Did some jumping in and out of the water. Swam out of a whirlpool. Good stuff, good stuff. Has a stepdad who's apparently not dead. She assumed dead, but apparently not dead. So that's fine, I guess. More family, weird. And yeah, she's just living life. Yeah, that's her.
Indeed. And welcome back, everybody. It is time for us to actually start talking about Witcher. And we were not here last week due to lots of things. But when we left off, we had, excuse me, broken the curse, through ritual that was on Yanto's dad, who I have to stop looking at chat. Who had been missing 3+ years. 2, I believe. And
52, 53, about that, yeah.
Well,
52.
Brenna's
yeah,
53,
yeah.
so...
Yeah, so 52 years. Yeah.
So 52 years. Yeah. That's how I remember. And then... Well, Cadarn had gone through the ritual to help awaken Dreamer and confronted Alzor in Yanto's dad Kerwin's dream. Perhaps. Maybe it was Alzor, maybe it was something else. Who knows? We'll find out. Maybe. Then realized he was, passed out and sleeping off the fact that he had way too much magic and himself. Pays to have a healer in that case, to stabilize him. And then woke up to the conversation between Yanto and Brenna about a number of things. Listening, discussions, questions of what happened to Alienor and where she is, and Brenna's plot to montage conditioning, also drawing doodles of murderizing all of the Wild Hunt. And realized he was missing something because he had been in the water, and Hairpin in short hair is out in deep water, particularly in a whirlpool.
He theorized he needed a place where he wasn't gonna move, wasn't gonna lose it, and yeah.
Mm-hmm. That might be a thing that might need to happen. Who knows? We'll find out. But he then teleported, found it, teleported back out, and that's when y'all realized he was kind of awake as he was soaking wet on the bed.
Well, and also the bamf out and then bamf in. Just sort of like oh no, bamf out. Like, what did you do? What? And then bamf back in. I also think we were besides discussing Alienor with Yanto being like, I'm sure she's fine, and Brenna being like, I'm sure she's dead. We also had a whole discussion about how hot Cadarn was, and
there was a discussion of where Yanto was basically trying to whore Cadarn out to his sister.
I feel like it's more like encouraging, broadening one's horizons. I just feel like it's more, it's friendly. It's just like hey, don't you think he's hot? And apparently he's quite good at stuff because, he won an orgy 3 years in a row at Banard, and, they're very good at orgies. At least that's what they say.
Yeah, but it's Banard, and they say that, they said they were good at a lot of things.
Oh, yeah. But they're mostly dead now, right? Whose fault was that? I forgot. Well, I mean, we don't know for certain they're all dead. That's just what Alzor said.
Exactly. And they might not all be dead.
Right. There might be like a couple who are hiding in a barrel or something.
Or, kidnapped by the Wild Hunt and forced into serving the Anel.
Or some of them might have teleported away and then were chased by them, but then ran across a river and got their scent lost. And I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine.
Everything is wonderful and beautiful and great.
Oh, and our wonderful healer's ex is on the boat, and that's causing trouble.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's because they're acting like middle schoolers and not talking to each other and, avoiding each other.
Well, I mean, if it were really bad, which is, what Ardzo said or Zerdzo said, well, then maybe you don't want to talk to that person who was like pretty awful, which is what Zerdzo said. Like if somebody was awful to you, maybe you don't want to talk to them.
There's a difference between not wanting to talk to someone and then going I'm going to send my friend to tell you the thing, and I'm going to have communication between the things, so we don't have to talk. Yeah, no, that's
true. That's true.
It's fine. Middle school dwarves. # middle school dwarves. But right now,
Degrassi Junior High with dwarves.
Yeah. I want art of that, please. Give me the Degrassi. Give me the Mahakam Junior High.
Yeah, and now I want to take the theme song from Degrassi Junior High and turn it into like Mahakam Junior High and see how that goes.
I mean, it has enough syllables.
It
could work. Hey, you two. Kadarin is mostly passed out. Because he's basically just used a lot of...
And he's wet now.
And he is wet now. And the bed is wet now. And you who are sitting on the bed are now wet.
Are wet.
Again.
We should probably take off his gambeson. He probably shouldn't sleep all...
Yes, it should not be good for he was to sleep in that. Also, it could get moldy.
Yeah, it should probably be hung up and everything,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you should probably do that. I mean, you're a witcher.
What does that have to do with hanging out clothes to dry?
Well, I mean, witches, no, it's not clothes, is it? It's armor. And like, which,
it's a very thickly padded shirt.
Yeah, but it's real thickly padded and everything. And like, you know about armor and everything.
You helped him put it on.
Yeah, I don't remember that though.
Today.
Really? I don't remember.
Yeah.
Anyway, you should take off the gambeson and I'll take off his boots. How's that? All right. And you want to take us to the flip part?
She's like, there's something else here, but I don't know what it is because she's really bad at.
Yeah, we haven't gotten there yet.
She's like, maybe he just doesn't like wet fabric because he didn't go diving earlier. No. She's like, maybe he's just really, maybe it's a textural thing. She doesn't know. She's like, whatever. Boots are gross anyway.
It's a good tag team. Yanta's going to carefully take off Kadarin's boots.
Make sure you put them upside down on something so the water gets out.
Oh, yeah. All right. Put it, there's not a lot of room in here, but put him on the, he'll put the chair upside down on top of the desk.
So we can put on the legs. Yeah.
You think we should, we've got sleeping people in both rooms. I suppose we could go on the deck and talk there if you wanted to, or we could just talk over his body. Yeah, let's do that. But you should take off his gambeson. Yeah.
She's where she is doing that. She wasn't just watching you do the boots. She was taking it off.
Taking it all off?
Look, I want this because I am this, and Lindy knows it. Hey, Lindy, roll that awareness, please.
Oh, I will roll an awareness for you. Sure.
You should. Yeah.
How about awareness? A 17? That's pretty low awareness for Brenna.
It is kind of a low awareness for Brenna, but
it is.
You're just evaluating. His stuff is in good nick, good repair. It's well made, pretty durable.
Yeah, because that gear needs maintenancing.
Yeah, he's definitely built in a way that's not kind of like a scraggly mage. He works out, but I mean, you've seen him hold a sword, so you know that.
Yeah, he knows how to swing it.
Exactly.
So, there's a certain muscle you have to have in order to be able to swing a sword efficiently.
Mhm.
Yep.
That's about it. Oh, and
Yep.
he's got that hairpin.
Good. She makes
Probably
sure it's
Pin it to
definitely.
something.
Yep.
I mean, pin it something that we don't want him to catch his death of cold or whatever. So,
Nope. And the bed is wet. Not a lot we can do about that. Right? I guess she like shoves him over from the wet spot, and
you have to
then
hold him up.
blanket. Yeah.
So put it back down. Is there like what's the? Probably not. There's probably a lamp. What do we have for warmth in this place? In this like closet cabin?
You got
Probably just
extra.
Blankets. Yeah.
We'll just tuck him in. Like we'll do the tuck where when he wakes up he won't be able to move right
Mummy
away.
tuck. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
this is a river barge.
Well, you know what? The bed's wet. We'll just cocoon him. We'll just roll him up.
Yeah.
Burrito him.
Yeah. I mean, it's a river barge. They're not going to trust passengers with a fire source of any
No.
kind. Like the only ones that will be available will be in the galley, and even that will be
Mhm.
severely monitored.
Yeah. We just wrap him up. Just cocoon him.
So you have a Kadarin burrito.
Yes.
Yes, we have a Kadarin burrito.
Maybe even a Kadarin chimichanga. It's really unclear. We
haven't fried him. So
Well, I mean, didn't he get hit by lightning at one point? Oh, he did. He got missed, so I suppose not.
yeah.
He dodged.
Yeah. He dodged. All right,
Well,
then.
he
So
dispelled the lightning, so it didn't have to get hit by it.
Yes.
yeah. So he looks right out, don't he? All right. So
Imagine he's quite tired after all that teleporting around.
yeah. So I feel like we've got some trouble.
We have much trouble. Which trouble are you being specifically referring to at the moment?
Wait, what trouble are you thinking about then?
There's just a lot of it. I'm just asking which one you are. I'm not thinking of. There's like a lot of it.
Well, I've only got one big trouble, is what I'm thinking
Oh,
about.
well then out with it.
Well, so the guy, the BM, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is an M, right?
Mm-hmm.
And M's can just, look at you at any time they want to and know where you are
If
anytime
they
they
have the
want.
spell, yeah, which he seems to apparently. yeah.
Yes, so they can just, so no matter what's going on, he can just, at any moment show up,
Mm-hmm.
Zerd's in the other room keeping watch over the guest.
Mm-hmm. Your dad.
Yeah, nobody knows who's listening right now.
If they were listening through magic, they probably already know. Also, there's the one who puts them in there. So
Yeah, right, yeah. But what if it's somebody like, whatever? Listen.
if it's Javix, then you'd be like, "Oh, you found your dad. You were looking for him."
No, but there could be somebody listening in the hallway or something. Like people could always be listening. You always could be like, you're never safe till you're.
I open the
else.
door. Is there anybody out there?
But what it
I
could have
broadly gesture, and then I close it again.
been. Look, the point is, we got probably I don't know, one of the most powerful mages in the entire universe or whatever. Just probably one to come to get that guest back. Right, and I could
Possibly.
get up at any time.
Unless he already got what he wanted out of him. I mean, he has had 50 years to do so.
But if he got what he wanted, why would he spend all that time keeping him in a dream?
Fun.
For fun, maybe. But I don't know. We'd have to ask Kadain what he.
Oh, and also your father. We'd have to ask him. He was
Yeah.
the one who was there the whole time. He can tell
Yeah,
us what he was doing.
Yeah, but he was a bit. I don't know. We got a feeling about him. I got a feeling that he, don't want to talk because, we're
Yeah.
kids, and he, doesn't want to bother the
Um,
kids with the, the problems and all that.
I'm
You know-
not his kid technically, and we are not children anymore, so he will have to get over it.
Well, but the last time we saw us, we were children, so
Well, now we are not. He can adjust.
Yeah, but it might take a bit of time, and even if he's not children, like he's
Well,
still
I'm
our
sure
dad.
he knows that time is of the essence, seeing as how he was in a coffin on the bottom of the river and we were able to get
Yeah,
him out.
but when we were like, hey, what was going on? He was like, it's business, and he didn't say a lot of things, so
It's because he was actually physically exhausted and we need to reintroduce him to food slowly.
yeah, right.
But Dan is also exhausted. Maybe they will both come too and they can both tell us things.
Yeah, right. All right. I'm just saying it, but he might be doing like a dad thing or something, He's like, I'm not gonna tell you stuff because
Well, if he's doing that, I will talk to him.
Yeah, but he's sort of also your dad,
Not blood related.
No, but I mean, still.
And also it's bitch of business, so
I suppose that's fair. Anyway, I'm just saying I've got a little bit concerned because, some super dangerous mage could just.
I pat him on the shoulder, like, not worry, we'll get the information out of him.
No, I mean, what what I'm trying to tell you is right now, in this moment, as we're having this conversation, yeah, like there could be a knock on the door, and it could be the BM, just being like,
"Oh, we are fucked."
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, you just have to accept it.
Oh, yeah. I feel like you're a witcher, so you got other.
I mean, I could try to stab him a couple of times before he fries us all.
Oh, yeah. All right. This is
I could try to give him sepsis or something, because that would be a long-lasting side effect.
You're very good at giving people sepsis, actually. I mean, I've noticed that you when you're like, "Oi, where's your lower intestine? Let me stab it," and then you do.
Very easy spot to stab.
No, there are a lot of intestines. They
There are.
packed up.
Do you know how long they stretch out? It's quite a distance.
How do you know that?
You learn things in Witcher school.
Oh yeah.
Like how long intestines are of certain creatures.
Why do you learn that?
But
exactly?
Certain creatures have monster parts that you can harvest, and
right, yeah.
Medical things as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just bringing this up to you because you're a witcher, ain't you? Which means if anybody could keep us safe from like a BM, it'd be you. So just bring it up because you're a witcher.
I mean, I'm supposed to fight monsters?
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like evil mages are kind of the same thing, right?
Not the same thing. We're not trained to fight mages, or let alone evil mages.
But I mean,
mages kind of created us, so they didn't say, "Hey, here we created you. Now here's how to kill us." That's not something that they did.
Right.
It's more like fight these vampires or these kikimoras or these drowners, hit monsters, go out and fight monsters, and so we do.
Right, but Kadan told me there was a thing that you can use to help you against mages, and he's going to get some. When we go to a place pretty soon, and then I figured that you could use some of that as well to help us, protect us against the BM.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a metal, I think. You could maybe make like a sword or something out of it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think it's a metal. Could be like a stone. I'm not actually quite sure what it is.
Do I know what he's talking about? Have I heard of Demiridium? Yeah. Demiridium? Yeah.
You're not supposed to say it out loud.
You can say it out loud. It's a type of material.
But what if somebody's listening to us? You don't want them to know that we know about the special secret thing.
Well, they could watch us buy it in Mahogam.
Yeah, but now you just said we were going to get it. See, the thing is, if we're being listened on, you're giving away all of our travel plans and all that, and our plans. Then they can counter them. You're supposed to have more information security. You're supposed to keep everything secret in your head and not tell people things unless nobody's listening to you, because you can't let everybody know what's in your mind.
We can't know if people aren't listening to us via magic.
Yeah, well, that's why we've got to be careful and not say things all out loud.
How are we supposed to make plans then?
with secret code.
And they're not going to find out our secret code by listening to us and watching us.
We got to find ways around it, right? We got to find ways around it so that we can't
I'm just banking on the fact that he has other things to do with his time than to watch us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Yeah, but I don't know when we've been listened to or not. I mean, Kadan does, but he's sort of exhausted right now. Yeah, so you got to figure you're being listened to and watched all the time.
Yeah, and if we have it, make it more difficult for him. So he'll be like, oh no, that sucks for me.
Or he'll be like, oh, he's going to go to, there's going to go to Skella to get the special magic stone. So I should go send, like, bad guys to...
Look, he probably already is sending people to where it is that we are going. Because it's no secret where we're going, so...
Could we maybe work out some way to make it less obvious for people who's, look, I know you don't lie so much and everything like that.
No, I'm very bad at it.
It's very honorable of you, because I mean, you're a witcher, so witches are pretty honorable. Like, I get it. But if you could just
some witches who are good at lying.
Oh, so maybe just your cat school that does that.
Not just a cat school. I mean, it's me.
Oh, well, all right.
And some others. There are others who are not great at lying, but it's never been my thing.
The point is, you got to maybe be a little bit more, careful. I mean, information is power. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So don't let the BM get information you don't need to have. Because, we only got we've only got you and Kadan to protect us, if things go bad. So
that's not a lot.
Yeah, it's not a lot. So everything we can do to, not make it worse, every little advantage we could get, right? And him not knowing what we're planning on doing is a bit of an advantage to us. It makes it a little bit easier. Like, for example, I would not tell him, I wouldn't want to say out loud, right, that, for example, that my great weakness is being given presents of lots of money and gems. And so...
Is that your great weakness?
Or, for example...
Can I just give you lots of money and gems?
Right, like if he delivered a whole bag full of money and gems and special magic items, then I'd be so overwhelmed that, like, I'd be easy to defeat, because I'd be like, I've never seen so many gems, right?
I have a feeling you've seen a lot of gems, though.
All right. Let's talk again about perceiving tone in people's voices and, like, subtext. Lesson 2. All right. So people sometimes say things.
Sarcasm.
No, not sarcasm. Misdirection.
Oh.
Right? So,
I utilize sarcasm. That is like
really?
a misdirection.
When are you sarcastic?
I've been sarcastic several times. Many times since we've been...
What? Oh,
yes.
Yeah, you might need to telegraph your sarcasm more. It's yeah.
Brenna, master of the deadpan sarcasm.
All right. Tactic and strategy, right? You know that when you're fighting people, right? I assume.
No, I have no idea about tactics and strategy.
That is sarcasm. People. Yeah. No, you're better telegraphing it. Yeah. So you're going up against a Kikamura, let's say, and the Kikamura is going to go and, like, stab you, right, with claws, whatever. Yeah. And would you just be like, "Oi, Kikamura, just so you know, I'm going to stab you in the head right now. Make a big swing right here with me sword."
Sometimes.
Why would you just tell him that? Why wouldn't you be like...
Because it's a Kikamura. Not going to understand.
All right, okay.
Or if it does, and then it's just like, sure you are, and then I do, and then it's like, ha.
Okay, or let's try not a Kikamura. Let's try like some sort of like a Bruxa, right? would you be like, all right, Brooksa, I've got a special sword here that is you're weak against, and this is the one right here. This one you're not weak against, so it'd be really awful if something bad happened to this sword. And right now I'm going to take this sword and I'm going to stab you right in the eye, real obvious like. Or would you be like, oi, Kikamura, I don't have any weapons that are dangerous, Brooks, I ain't got any weapons that are dangerous against you. And if I were going to do something right now, what I do is definitely swing, this other sword right at your knee. And then they think you're going to swing at the knee, but actually that's not what you're doing at all.
They would probably not believe me.
If you was good at convincing them, they would be, and then you'd have a bit of an advantage.
I'm not very good at convincing them, though.
We're going to work on that.
I'd probably just say, I'm going to kill you, and then do so. And then they would be helpless against it. They wouldn't be able to stop it if they tried. Sometimes it is entertaining to say, I'm going to do this, and then people say, no, you aren't, and then you do. And then you can laugh.
All right, yeah, I get that. Right, yeah.
I'm going to kill you and all of your compatriots here, and they're like, there's 15 of us in front of you. Yeah, right, and then I do. And you save the one who mocked you for last, so they can watch you do it all.
Yeah. No, I mean, I get that, but some people ain't so great at fighting like you is, yeah? And they need, like, advantages. Like me, right? They need advantages, right? So...
like cover and not to fight.
For example, or if I know it's going to happen, I might say something like, if I knew somebody was, sneaking on me, be like, oh, it's too bad I ain't got no weapons on me and I'm completely defenseless and like also in no way a threat. So like, I'm so sad about it because I feel like, I can't help in any way and I wish I could do something. Yeah. But maybe I could do something, but I don't want them to know I could do something, so they don't pay attention to me. They don't, they're not expecting it.
Maybe they'll try to murder you because you're helpless and you can't defend against it.
Right, but if there's two people, somebody who's really good at fighting and dangerous, and somebody who's really not that much of a threat at all, probably going to stab the dangerous person first.
Unless they want to just murder as many people as possible, and since they'd go for the weak one in the pack.
Right, but here's the thing though, right? Like if I was like, oh, I'm a murderer.
Like if I wanted to murder the entire group of us, I would probably murder you first.
Yeah,
or also.
Yeah, but here's the thing though about that. If you's trying to murder me, then what happens is that like you sneak up on the you that's trying to murder me, and then the you just stabs you in the back because you wasn't paying attention to the big danger, which was you. You know what I mean? Right, like
keep tabs on things.
All right. I'm concerned. I'm a little bit concerned, that's all.
I'm very concerned, but...
All right, so what's your plan?
I can't really do much on the boat right now. I'm going to murder them.
That's not a plan.
It is a plan. If I see them, I'm going to stab them repeatedly.
That's also not a plan. That's like a desire.
That is a plan. I can definitely... If I said, the next person who walks through that door, I'm going to stab to death. That is a plan. The next person who walks through the door, I could just take out my sword and then stab.
All right, so let's talk about what I think a plan is, yeah? All right, so let's say you wanted to murder the next person who's coming in through the door, yeah?
Yeah.
But that's not yet a plan.
But it is a plan. It's not. Its plans don't have to be complicated. They can be simple.
All right. Follow-up question. So you stab them, and then what? What are you going to do with the body? What are you going to do with witnesses? How are you going to get away with it?
Throw it off the boat, say self-defense.
Yeah, but it weren't self-defense. If they just walked in and said, "Oh, oi, miss, here's your breakfast," and then you just stabbed him.
But anyone else on the boat who sees me dragging a body away doesn't know it's not self-defense.
All right.
Unless they saw, and then I kill them too.
All right. So at least right now this is a bit more of a plan, right? You've got like, all right, so I'm going to stab this person, and then if
no, those are things that happen after.
But that's part of this. You just
need. It's easy. Have you not had to look? I've disposed of lots of bodies of things in my time, so I don't really have to think about that part.
Well,
I know you've only killed one person, so you probably haven't had to think about how to dispose of bodies before. But it's really pretty simple.
Sorry. Yeah. Just His face. But I got to worry about not getting caught by the authorities, by the watch. You know, I got to worry
I
about.
just say I murdered them.
But I just feel like.
And then they'll say, "Why did you murder them?" And I'll say self-defense, and then they will be like, "All right."
Yeah, right. Not everybody can just do that. You know what
And
I mean?
and if there's a lot of bodies, the self-defense thing, it's probably not going to work, and so we just have to like burn them.
Well, but if there's a lot of
bury
bodies, I
them.
feel like the self-defense thing is a lot more plausible.
And it depends on the scenario.
Because I mean, like, there's a
Really?
lot of bodies. That means he's been ganged up on, yeah. And you'd be like, oh no, it's ganged up on.
If they're all in one area, yes. If they're spread out over like an entire camp, then less convincing.
Well, maybe. Look,
Definitely. You'd want to draw them at least up to you. And then if there are those who run away, then you have to wait for them to get far enough away so that when you go get them, they're not near the main area of crime.
well, yeah, but you didn't do that with the guy. You just chucked the sword through his head. You just chucked it so he couldn't get away.
That one, yes, that
Yeah.
specific person. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's because there was also no Novak in town, really, so it didn't really matter.
All right. But mostly you just kills, you kill monsters.
Monsters. Yeah.
And people's
monsters.
just trying to kill you, that sort of thing.
Yes, self-defense.
Yeah. Proactive self-defense
You
and all
all
that.
hear a rapping upon the chamber door as
See what I told you? See what
We're
I told
talking
you?
about fighting monsters in self-defense, and I open the door.
and it's
I don't open it like wide. I just open it a little bit. Hello?
it's the bosun who just kind of nods at you both, doesn't say anything, is like about anything that was being said. It's just we've made up our time and we'll be arriving perhaps a day earlier than expected. Apparently a whirlpool is useful in going back river.
I take that, I suppose. Unusual, but yeah.
Also, did you want your meals brought all of you
Please. Yes. Thank you.
and the unconscious person took out of the river?
River. Just if you have anything very plain, hardtack, bread, crackers, gruel, whatever, just something small, so that they can start recovering.
I start, as this conversation's happening, I just start, I pick up one of the boots, I start polishing it, because, I am Kid Aaron's servant. So
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
just,
like, if
uh-huh.
the door isn't open all the way, I don't know that she can see you.
Probably
But
not.
just in-
no.
just in case. You never know.
No,
you
no.
never
yeah.
know.
Yeah.
She just nods and walks away.
Mm-hmm. Oh
This is-
no. Yeah,
You
it's
see what I
fine.
was telling you?
Just realized we're in Kadar's room. And she's like, "Why is the lady? Why you're in this room?"
An affair.
Oh, that's fine. Let's no. Let's not, let's
Is
hope
it-
no rumors start because of that.
And he goes, look. This is
You
what I'm
should have
talking
opened it
about.
up and just been like, "Cold wet cocoon."
Hey,
fine.
hey, Yanto,
Hey. Yeah.
Yanto, roll me human perception.
Oh no.
I mean, because he's like, oh,
Can I roll
to do-
human perception?
You
With my
can, but I'm
wonderful
betting you're not going to.
Skills?
You're
Probably
you can.
not.
You've been
You
training.
never. No, I do not. That was almost a good fail. Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
Hey, Yanto
Mhm.
wins this one.
He does because it's an empathy roll.
Uh-huh. Yanto, you can just see, but you're
Mhm.
not seen by this bosun, and
It's the tone of voice, isn't it?
well, you can also see her face is like,
Yeah.
she's not asking, and she's
Mhm.
used to,
Mm-hmm.
like,
Hmm.
it's that step up from a wait staff in a hotel kind of thing. It's like,
Yep.
Okay,
All right.
but you're but you're also pretty sure she won't say anything.
Yeah.
Because she has that level of discretion.
Yeah.
But if anyone else perhaps might gossip.
Hmm.
But it won't be the bosun because she just doesn't give a shit.
Yeah. All right, Brenna,
Alfred,
lesson 3. What just happened here?
he asked if he wanted food delivered, and I said yeah, because if we don't have to all leave and we have some unconscious people, we wouldn't have to leave alone. I even got mild food for your father.
All right, so anybody you
And
interact
then
with.
she left.
Right, yeah. So anybody you
She was
interact
very
with
polite.
is a potential threat, yeah? Or a potential mark.
She's not threatening. I could
You know-
easily kill her.
No, it's more than one kind of threat. More than one kind of threat. It's not just all stabbing people with knives or swords or whatnot. All right, so what is the threat that just happened here? What was she thinking?
That we might be hungry.
No, that's what she said. That was a job.
Surely she should have thought it to ask it.
All right. Just describe the scene. Just describe the scene we're in right now. Just describe it. Yeah.
Right, we are on a boat in a room. I answered the door.
Which room?
Gadan's room.
Right. And you are?
A witcher.
And?
Oh, a lady.
Right.
Specifically, like falling in yet.
Specifically, what lady are you? You've introduced yourself as?
Countess Brenna von Wedler.
Right. Yeah. And she is?
The ship's bosun.
No. Countess Brenna von Wedler. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
She is.
The Countess?
Right.
Of Martina?
Which means she is married.
Yes. How else would she be Countess?
Right. And
I'd
everybody
be
knows it.
Countess.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Now, which room is this then there?
And I think the light bulb goes off. She's like, oh.
So
Oh.
you is in the room of
I'm going to my room. I think
Wait,
she just
wait.
she just starts walking.
But
She's like, hup.
but but wait. It's gotta
Hands on the
finish-
knob.
you've got to finish the thought, right? So, using this room
Mm-hmm.
in a room of an important mage, right?
Uh-huh.
That you don't theoretically know, but clearly you met on the road because we came out the same stop. Yeah.
Except that my husband said that he is to look out for me.
Do they know that? No, they don't know
No.
that. We had different carriages and pretend not to know each other
We
really.
did have different characters.
Yeah. So it looks like we don't know each other, but now all of a sudden he's in his room, all secret like.
I should have opened the door all the way so that they could see him all swatted up like a slug.
Don't matter, he's in this room, so and that might make it worse.
He's a little pale.
Right, and then she asked, "Do you want your meals delivered here?" And you're like, "Yeah." Right. It's like, "Do you want your meals? Are you having, you're spending time in here?" And you're like, "Yeah, I am spending time in here." Right. So you sort of confirmed that you're having an affair with this fella, and she got it.
I didn't confirm anything.
Ooh,
I'm going to my room now.
Wait.
Ah,
She ain't gonna say nothing, no. By the way.
how do you know that?
Oh, I could tell.
How?
Well, first off, it was a bit so there was this look in her face. She was like, "Oh, I see what's going on here." But there was a sort of like a kind of like a lack of, well, I don't want to say a lack of judgment, but more like she just don't care. She don't see no profit in it right now. Now, maybe if somebody offered her like lots and lots of gold to if there was some sort of spy or something who was like coming later and asking about you, and being like, "Oh, have you seen the Countess von Wedler and what? I'll give you like 100 gold, 100 crowns, whatnot, to like say something." Maybe she'd say something then, but I don't feel like she's just going to volunteer gossip or spread nothing like that. She's professional. It's one of those things. You could tell she didn't. She was more like, whatever, I don't care. But the thing is, you got to know that people think things. Whenever you meet somebody, they're going to think things about you, which is why you always got to manage how people are thinking about you.
Don't fuck with them.
Always.
And then she actually opens the doors. I'm going to my room now.
It's barn door horses, but all right. Just
On door. What's that?
it's like closing the barn door after the horses have left.
You should always close the barn door even after the horses have left. I don't get other things moving in.
Yeah. Right. Listen, but the thing is, you got to be prepared for it, right? For example,
Which is why I'm going to my room.
no, wait. You're missing the opportunity. Maybe it might be useful if people think that about you and him.
No, why would that be useful?
Because it's misinformation that you can use to misdirect people to have them think things that aren't true, so you can do.
All these things, I'm fucking good at fair Wolverine.
That's not necessarily bad. It's all about how you can make people think things to your advantage. Why would you let people know who you really are or what you're really doing? They don't need to know that.
Because I always do that. You say, hello, I'm a Witcher. And I'm a Witcher and a lady. And then I stab things. For money.
Brenna, this puts you in danger. Listen,
But I'm a Witcher. My job is to be in danger.
there's more than one kind of danger. And also, anyway, you don't need to take unnecessary risks, right? Look, people are going to think things about you. And look, you're a lady now, yeah? You're like a
people
countess.
have always thought things about me. I suppose it's
Right,
different.
But it matters now because you're a countess, right? You're a countess, and like people are going to, what people think about you matters because it's like tied to like your county and all that. Like, as you is.
I'm very used to being the person who is the one in the affair, but not well married. I've only been married for 2 weeks.
Yeah. Listen, I'm going to give you some advice, yeah? And I'm going to recommend that you take this advice.
I will do my best.
There are times when it's useful to have people think you're having an affair. Means people are going to leave you alone in certain ways. You can
Not
private
2
talk.
weeks after my wedding, though.
Wait a minute. I'm not finished. So knowing that you can do that is useful. That means it's a tool in your kit. But, and don't worry, she's not going to say nothing. I'm going to tell you this. Your husband, yeah? That you think is so perfect. And look, I was going to let you
No,
wait.
it's perfect. He is really great, so.
I was going to let you figure out a bunch of things on your own, yeah? Because you're not going to believe me. You don't
I listen to you.
Yeah. Don't believe me. I got it. Yeah. But listen to me. This is the one thing I'm going to tell you before you work it out on your own. That fella of yours, he's a sort of guy that murder a bunch of people. He's super jealous and he's controlling it and he's possessive in a way that's not healthy. You don't have to believe me now, but you're not going to believe me because you're like, oh.
I just want to know where you got this conclusion from.
Oh, whoa.
I mean, I've seen him murder people, but they were bandits in the territories and stuff.
There's a way that he grabs you. He puts his hands on you all the time to make everybody know
He's
that.
very affectionate.
No, that's not affection. That is ownership, yeah? Before you was even married to him, he just likes to demonstrate to everyone in the room that you belong to him in a way that ain't normal and it ain't all right. And he does it all the time. And then when you's not looking, the way he talks to us is, it ain't good. But my point is, I don't trust him. If he heard you's having an affair with somebody, I don't trust what that fellow would do. Because he's, seems like the type that might get violent in a not good way. Probably behind your back. Probably. Well, I probably wouldn't do no violence to you, probably. But I don't know. He'd probably try to find ways to constrain you and all that. So my point is, he's not a person who should probably hear about any sort of affairs, fake or not, because that fella's, he's dangerous to you, is what I want to say. So, and you ain't going to believe me, but at least do this. Don't let him hear about no possible affairs.
I will attempt not to have any possible affair rumors circulate then.
Yeah. I mean, you can have them circulate when it's useful, but just make sure there's some sort of firewall, a fire break, so that they don't get back to him, because that would be real bad.
I don't know how to do that.
Oh, well, then that's Well, we'll have to talk about it, yeah. But listen, that fellow of yours, he looks at you like something precious and valuable. That's an object that he owns, yeah. So, and he doesn't seem like the type that likes the things he owns going missing or anything like that. Seems like the jealous type, so just be careful. Even if you don't believe me, it's fine, but just be careful anyway. And I know you have a problem being careful, apparently. But if you would...
I attempt to be careful. I'm going to my room. Because I'm being careful.
Yeah. I'm gonna finish these boots.
They open the door, stride the 3.5 feet across the corridor to open the other door.
Yep.
And I step out and I go, thank you, miss. I appreciate all the information. Oh, tell me, master, what you said. Thank you.
Make sure his sheets stay dry. Don't want to catch a death of cold after that teleporting maneuver.
Yes, milady. Your kindness is appreciated. Thank you.
Look, can you just roll me an can both of you roll me an awareness?
Sure.
Yes.
Sure.
I'm trying to make it seem as if her coming out of this room is in no way inappropriate, that it was business.
Mm-hmm.
Hey.
Brenna wins. Brenna?
Yeah, do.
And I will do some deceit if necessary.
I will need you to roll a deceit. As you notice, there's a...
Someone bringing the food?
Yeah.
Yeah, which is why Brenna's like, I need to go.
But that person bringing the food,
why
they
do you
already know
keep
you're
saying-
in here.
Wait.
They already know you're in here.
Well, I said to their rooms, not specifically this to this room, this to this room.
I don't know.
That's generally how it goes, is bring the fancy rich people their food. Here's the number of platters.
Yeah, but you sort of asked to have it delivered here.
To the rooms. Yeah. It's okay.
Mhm.
Brenna is going to her room.
Yeah.
She's going to pout. and
22
sulk.
on that deceit to make it seem as if this was not untoward, because there are multiple people there. Like there's a chaperone. Yeah.
You just see the guy with like 4 platters, not really paying attention. He's like, oh, all right, well, I guess the Witcher knows, and starts delivering stuff, and will turn. You're the servant for the mage, and shoves the platter at you.
Which I take. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And you get a kind of gruff nod in response. These are bargemen. They're not really here for your creature comforts, per se, but they are definitely, not inherently rude. It's just like, I don't know.
I'm just a servant, you know what I mean? Like, I'm delivering this food and probably going to be taking, my gruel out back to the non-rich person's quarters.
Well, I mean,
they know what's up.
It's not even that. It's like, he's not rude in a sense like this is beneath him. It's
just like, not my job.
Yeah.
It's like, this isn't what he usually does, so it's not...
Yeah. And also, I'm not afforded super courtesies. Like, I'm not, he's not rude, but, he doesn't have to be, super
But he's also,
courteous.
as you watch, and you would notice this without even a roll, because of just your general stats, as he turns to hand it to Brenna, it's the same level of curtness. He's not... He's a bargeman, a ferryman. He doesn't give a shit. He kind of was maybe told to bring, he was told to bring these here. He wasn't told to kiss ass, and,
Yeah.
He brought stuff.
Brenna will thank him very politely because she does appreciate the extra actions of coming down here. Thank you very much.
Welcome, milady. And he turns and walks away. I mean, it's brusque, not
It's
curt.
just good to know that you're appreciated it rather than, the rich person was rude to me when I brought them their food. That's always,
Yanto has a question. He wants to make a roll. I see desire for a roll. What roll do you want to make, Yanto?
I just want to assess him in terms of physical, emotional danger and how hot he is.
Okay, those 3 options?
Yes, please. I just want, I like to know,
okay,
right?
So I'm going to ask for 2 rolls then.
Mm-hmm.
One is seduction and one is awareness, is human perception.
Okay.
Because I figure the hotness value comes under seduction.
Yeah,
Seduction.
it's
That makes
assessing
sense.
people's assessing people's hotness. This is not about whether I'm attracted to him. I just want, I like to know who's hot and who's not.
You want to who's hot and who's not. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like, these are things I need to know. I need to know 22.
A really low roll for you.
And
for
19
seduction.
for perception.
Look, he's not unattractive. It's that kind of like
who's his type? You know what I mean? Like,
Brusque
it's like,
ferrymen are your type.
who's his type?
The perfect stereotype.
You kind of get the impression that, okay, so kind of picture. Oh, because I've been playing this game and it's in my head.
It's
you
one
understand? Look.
Yeah, it's one of the things that Yanto always is. Whenever he meets somebody, he's like, are they physically dangerous? Are they emotionally or perceptionally dangerous? And if I were going to seduce them, what would be the best approach? Like, this is what he does with everybody all the time.
Picture a not quite full, like, he's not as full muscled as like a heavy warrior who wears plate armor all the time, but this is a guy who's in his late 30s, maybe early 40s, human, very, very dark hair, kind of close cropped but full dark beard, corded thick muscles because he's works a ferry barge going up and down river and carrying, he's a bargeman, maybe just about 6 foot, and he's not.
And also watched him looking at Brenna. It's like who he might be attracted to, how might one seduce him. It's just like how it's just what Yanto does this with everyone, basically.
The minute you look at him, you realize anyone on this boat who's a guest, he's automatically ruled out. It's like he does not mix works and he doesn't mix work and pleasure. If he's going, he may have like a committed relationship somewhere, but you're not 100% certain about that. And if he was the person to show up at your brothel, it would be a very predictable, like, one, not peaches or cream, but one of like the standard girls. But maybe not 100% standard behind closed doors, if you want to get my impression.
Absolutely.
Oh, hello. Simon's showing up.
Hello.
Simon can just show up and come in.
And this is just an example of how Yanto sees everybody that he interacts with. Like, every person he interacts with is like, okay, who might they want to sleep with? How might you want to seduce them? Are they physically dangerous? Like, do you have to worry about them like physically? Do you have to worry about them emotionally? Like, he does that with everyone.
And it just looks at people and goes, I could kill him.
He's great that bringing in Simon killed Snap Camera.
Snap Camera.
Give me 2 seconds. He's not. He could be physically dangerous if you were a danger. Does that make sense? He is not. And Brenna, you would recognize him as one of the polemen who were originally at the front of the ship.
Yeah, pushing off drowners. That's fine.
Punching,
I could still fight him.
Yeah, you could. I mean, like, he's competent for his job, and he's lived on this river and lived, on a river in the continent close enough to drowners and not died. For 10 to 15 years. So he's not incompetent when it comes to general combat, but he's not going to take someone who's actually trained in military. An actual trained combatant. And with a human perception, he doesn't give a shit about any of you.
All right. Yeah.
And it's that level of like, here's what it is. He's that level of service worker who goes, you write my paychecks and that's about the only reason I have to be polite to you, but I would much prefer to have all of you off of my boat because you're in my way and I can be much more efficient if you aren't on my boat. The fact that you're all here in this kind of like, I like that you're in these cabins because then you're not on the deck and in my way. This is that kind of guy, right? You're also pretty sure that if he had enough alcohol and you had time, you could entirely seduce him into bed and probably have a decent time, but
it's just one of those things you're like, okay, like who's a yes, who's a no, just in case I needed to. You know what I mean? Like, these are just things you have to know about people.
If we were to use something of a very outdated fashion, he's maybe a 2 on the Kinsey scale.
Yeah.
Like a 1.5, 2.
You have to work for it, but But I can also set him up with somebody. You know what I mean? Like, I was like, okay, This is a very not friendly way to see other human beings, other beings, but that is how Yanto sees most people who are not in his circle.
But you would also, one thing you would also notice with that 19 human perception, he's the same level of brusque with everyone. There's no species barrier for him. It's not about human or dwarf or elf or anything like that, although he is human. It's literally just like, you're not, you're a passenger. That's who you fall into the category of passenger, and therefore,
and it is not his job to interface with passengers so much.
Exactly.
Like that was somebody else's job. And so like having assessed, right, because this is like the calculation that Yanto does with everyone that he meets, just all the time. And so I think he goes back to sitting, he puts the food for Kadarin on the table, and then he sort of takes a corner and he starts finishing what he started, which was polishing Kadarin's boots.
Which is a great transition. Hey, Kadarin. Hey, Simon. Thanks for joining us. Glad you could make it.
Hi, Simon.
You've been mostly
Why am I
asleep.
being polished?
Why are your shoes?
No, your boots are being polished. You're not wearing them.
No, nor are you wearing your gambeson.
You're currently a burrito because you were wet.
Oh, okay. Yes, I was.
You're
And
cold
also
and wet
dying.
and
And
sleeping.
also dying. Well, you're not dying because Ardzo did treat you. But
Yes.
you are,
Well, I'm still recuperating.
you're still recuperating.
Yes.
So
Yes.
we have stripped you a little bit, dried you off a little bit, and then
Yeah.
wrapped you up in blankets.
Your
like a burrito.
gambeson is like hanging up to dry. Your boots are drying and are being polished, and you are burritoed in like 3 blankets.
Mhm.
And it's
And-
very snug. You would imagine Brenna
Yes.
did it because of how tight it is.
Mhm.
And the smell
I
of
feel
food
like
is in the room now.
Yanto wouldn't tuck as tight.
No, you want like looseness.
Yeah, Brenna's just like, nope, warmth.
But also, he thought that you should do the tucking in. That would be better for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. So you don't have your shirt on and you don't have your boots on and you're swaddled up.
And there's
Makes
food,
sense.
the smells of food, and also Yanto in the corner polishing your boots.
Yep.
Which is not a metaphor. That's actually what Yanto is doing.
And that's about when you wake up.
We there yet? How long
No.
was I asleep?
About 4 days. It's pretty
Oh,
weird.
God.
Yeah. I was like, it's been 4 days. We've been like anchored, because like nobody wanted to go because he was asleep all that time. It was pretty scary. Yeah.
Okay.
Uh,
Um.
It's been like an hour. Yeah, it's not been 4 days. I'm just messing with you.
Oh.
If it'd been longer, your facial hair would,
I don't really feel my facial hair while it grows.
No, it's been like an hour, but we've got food for you.
Oh, great! I am famished.
Also, would you like to hear something funny?
Sure.
The bosun thinks she's having an affair with Brenna.
The bosun thinks I'm.
Yeah.
Why?
Oh, well, because she was in your room, when a bosun came to check about food, and that looks a bit untoward, married lady in your room and all that.
And his thought of seeing a half-dead person on the bed was immediately to go, they're fucking, and not she's trying to kill him. I'm gonna have to have words with that bosun.
What the bosun didn't see you, and don't worry, she won't say nothing about it, so it's all right. Anyway, I just thought it was a bit funny
As if they
because
saw you. And if Brenna opened the door like that.
I don't really mind
She's
the rumor,
dumb sometimes.
because I'm not the one that has anything to lose.
I talked to her about it. Oh, I know you ain't feeling so good.
No, I'm not.
What happened in the dream? What happened? What did you see? What was going on in there?
Kerwin chained to a desk. I had to work on rings or something. There was a shadow, some sort of construct from you know who.
Yeah, the BM.
Yeah, I spoke with them. And then I tried something to end it, and it didn't work.
Something did, because you came out.
Afterwards, yes, the ring. The ring was the... Speaking of, where is that ring?
I imagine it's in your pocket, right?
Is it still on me?
This is the answer you discovered last week, that yes, it is still on your hand. And that's when you realize that the ring was on your hand, but the hairpin was missing. You have the hairpin back, by the way. The hairpin is gripped as in... Brenna, where did you leave the hairpin when you burritoed Kadern?
Thought about sticking it in his mouth, but I didn't want him to choke.
I
also thought about sticking it up his nose, but I didn't want to scramble his brain.
Yonta would recommend his waistband in his pants, his trousers.
He would have recommended that.
Because it's fabric. You could put it in there. Just tuck it in.
Mm-hmm.
It's safe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Smartest place to put it.
What's behind his ear? Yeah, but he was asleep.
And that's not safe, though.
Just in his sock or something. We took his socks off. We took his boots off, probably. Then, yeah, probably in his waistband.
Put it back in my hair,
Nah.
where
your hair's not long enough. It fell out once. Obviously, it was not secure enough.
It's not safe. Yeah, waistband.
Or she did like a little headband. Just tied it onto his head.
So here's the answer. Did
That
you
looks
stick
real
it in
obvious.
his waistband, or did you tie it to his head? Because both of them would be Brenna options.
They would be.
That looks real obvious, though. It makes other people looking at it. It's not good. It's like a big beacon saying, "Oh, this is important."
I think she'd have been like, and he's unconscious. He can move it to wherever he wants when he wakes up.
But what if somebody walks in here?
Well, they already think he's having an affair, so what else,
Again, you don't want to telegraph information. Just tuck it in his waistband on the inside, so no one sees it. Safe, and then
He also is like, he's being real weird. Why is he being? I'm gonna make a human perception. Why is my brother being so weird? He's probably gonna just deceive his way through it, but
Roll that human. Okay, so are you rolling a deceive against your sister?
No. I do not use my powers against my sister.
He doesn't. It's like he might be a little weird, but it could just be Yonto, and you don't get him often.
I don't often get him. No, she's just being weird. She'd be like, I think she would have just done the belt like right across his waist, like, shoot, just like, so you got like a belted. It's belted to you. This waistband could shift. Belt. She belts that sucker on. It's not going anywhere. It's belted to your waist. That's something Greta would totally do.
A person who wants to steal something is going to see that if it's up in his ear. That's a safer place. You don't leave your money all right behind your ear.
And then,
All right.
So you were a burrito when you woke up, and now you realize the ring is on your hand and the hairpin is in your tied to you your waist on a belt, a little tightly.
Brenna's not used to dressing other people, or
Probably why you need a squire. Yeah. So.
Didn't want you to lose it either. So.
Yeah.
It's
At least it's pliable. Corsets, be fine.
and the wild
Thornberries.
bunch, yeah, they never showed up during all the time I was out.
No. Maybe they's busy.
I would need to verify something.
Well, wait a minute though. I've got the sense it was maybe magic that triggers that sort of thing, right? Like you do magic and then they find you.
Maybe.
Is that how it works?
Could. Eleanor didn't say anything.
Well, but it only happened when people was doing some sort of magic. I mean, since we started this whole thing, like you went away, right? Like, wasn't a story that you did some sort of scrying thing, and then they saw you because you was seeing them. So like maybe they only find you if you're doing magic. So maybe the whole thing, the point of the pin is that you can do magic with the pin on, and it makes sense because right, Eleanor, she's a mage and then you's a mage, so it makes sense you'd want to have a special kind of pin so you could do magic making people, right? I mean, you ain't had that pin before, so I imagine, imagine they just don't find people all the time. I mean, I don't know how they work.
Yeah, but I did magic without the pin too, and they never found me.
Yeah, so I don't know how it works or what's up with them, but yeah. But yeah, so Brenna said this thing, we was talking. He was asleep, he didn't know, but it was about, I was saying that I feel like we's in danger because the BM at any time could just teleport in and knock on the door and be like, "Oi, I'm gonna get that fella back," the guest we got. And Brenna said, "Well, yeah, but he would only do that if he still needed him, and maybe he got what he wanted already." And I was like, "Well, why would he keep torturing him if he got what he want already?" And Brenna was like, "Oh, just because he's a jerk," which not fair, possible. But did you get a sense of if the BM got what he wanted, from your dad?
I think he did, yes.
Would it? All right. What did he want? Do you know? Your dad wouldn't say.
No. I didn't really have much time to speak to your dad. By the way, where is he?
He's in Brenna's room.
Awake?
No, he's passed right out. He's not, he's not feeling well. And you could wake him up if you had questions for him, I suppose. But I don't know if Brenna would let you. She's a bit, doctory. But he's not alone though. He was with Zerdzo the entire time. So it's right now Zerdzo and Brenna in there. Just keeping watch. Hey, how are you?
Winded, I guess.
No, I meant in a bigger way, This.
Confused is the word I'm looking for, I think.
Well, this fella was an hero of yours, wasn't he? So this can't be great.
Oh, that's... Well, do you know what they say about meeting your heroes? It's not so much that as some things he said. I will need to rest first.
All right, yeah.
I'm beat.
All right. Hey, but listen, this fella, yeah, the BM, he's a liar. Yeah, I mean, he's a bit of a megalomaniac and all that. So I would take everything he says with a bit of a grain of salt. You don't know.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I am actually. I'm pretty much taking everything he says with a grain of salt.
And Brenna told me something, and told me something about Eleanor. She said that that special pendant you had broke, and she's all convinced that your cousin's no more. But I don't think that's true. I feel like that's a bit early to make that sort of a leap. Your cousin's, well, she's hundreds of years old probably, and she knows what she's doing. She's smart. She's got, she's smart, and she's very skilled. And I don't think she's the sort of person who would go into something without some sort of contingency plan or something like that. So I figured, she's out there in hiding somewhere, gone to ground. you know, in a hideout, a safe house or something like that. So I just want you to know, I feel like you shouldn't get all, you know, distressed or anything just yet. I feel like whatever's going on, she's all right.
I'm hoping.
Yeah.
There are other things. A lot of things happening in the world at the same time, it seems.
Yeah, but most of that don't have to do with us, so let
Well,
people do whatever they want to do in Skellige, right? That's what I always say.
well, that's one place I haven't ruined yet.
Hey, boy, you haven't ruined nothing. What have you done?
Apparently I have single-handedly destroyed one of the greatest bastion of magical learning in the world.
What? You did
Not-
something to oh, dang it. Sorry, look, I ain't real smart on mage stuff, but I know there's some sort of rivalry between different schools, and I wanted to name one of the ones that's not your school. And then it'd be funny, but I don't know
Nah.
the name of the other schools.
The other's the girls' school.
Oh.
I couldn't go there. I could go there. I could physically go into the school, put myself into great danger. I cannot attend it.
I was just trying to make you laugh a bit.
Yeah,
look.
but this is all stuff that he said that I need to verify on my own.
Well, how did you supposedly do this destruction of an entire school of mages? I feel like that's
Apparently, I blew it up.
Well, did you set like some sort of petard on it or something? I mean, how'd you do that? I feel like you would have known if you did. Seems a bit far-fetched.
I think I sent the wild thornberries against them.
Did you?
I may have chucked the dagger, you know, the one that...
Oh, yeah, weird one, yeah? The one that...
Yeah, into his office, and apparently they showed up.
I got a question. How many people are in this Bernard? I mean, if you got an orgy, I mean, I don't know if it's like a 40, 50 person orgy, 100, 200, like how many people you got at this school? And how many professors?
There's around 200 of us with a handful of professors. I mean, it's not like an academy or a university. It's
200 people is a lot of people.
Yes, many of them aren't always at Bernard. They come and go. A few of them decided to remain in Risberg, especially after, you know, the whole we've decided to play with people's gene fad.
I really don't know anything about that.
That's where they changed Brenna.
Oh, Risberg?
Yeah.
I don't... Is that where the cat school is?
It was when you know who, Fuckface and his friends decided to start the whole process. So it's the birthplace, maybe not of the cat school. I don't know where they decided to go with animals and such. This feels quite, you know, furry to me.
They're just like a gang. You know, gangs always got names. So I feel like it's like that.
Yes, I just feel like as far as monster hunters go, cat is not the most vicious animal.
Yeah, that's misdirection, you know. You're like, oh, we're just cats. And then, you know, look.
But they could have gone with panther.
Yeah, but then they seem... All right, look.
The other ones are griffin and bear and wolf and viper and then kitty cat.
Well, that means there's the trickiest ones, yeah? Because it's like, oh, look, we're not very dangerous with cats. And then, you know... then
Maybe, but food chain wise, they're very low on it.
Hey.
The griffin is pretty much the apex predator.
Right. Look, the question is, how many big, powerful mages was Etis Banard when these?
There could have been any from a dozen to a score, but they're not always there. That's the thing. That the classes don't. There's no real schedule. It's very complicated. But suffice to say, the place should not have fallen. I'm fairly certain that he's just messing with me, but
Because
I need to make sure.
The big question is, right, is these wild thornberries like dangerous enough to take out an entire school of like a couple hundred mages? Mages can do so much, right? And if these wild thornberries are powerful enough to take out like a couple hundred mages, because mages are like these mages, well then I feel like you should probably have a conversation with Brenna.
Well, first I need to make sure that those mages are alive and or
Yeah.
dead. I mean, maybe the wild thornberries showed up at Banard, wrecked the place, but
Yeah.
everyone's still alive and pissed at me, which
Yeah.
in that case I will, teleport out of there ASAP.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I just figured if the wild thornberries show up, they just teleport away, right? I mean, that's what you do.
What if you're asleep?
Oh, well, I imagine when people start screaming, you'd wake up, yeah? I mean, I would. Because, screaming, because wild thornberries coming in and stabbing you with swords and whatnot, and then be like, oh, well, time to go. Whoosh, right, but look, Brenna wants to go take on the wild thornberries all by herself. So you should maybe, tell her not to.
No, she shouldn't.
That's what I was trying to. She don't listen to me not enough. She don't think I'm she thinks I'm I don't know what she thinks, but she don't listen to me enough. She listens, but she don't listen. You know what I mean? So I'm feeling like maybe you should maybe try to tell her that maybe going after the wild thornberries is not a good idea.
No, you're right. It is not. I'm just.
Wait, you ain't gonna go after wild thornberries, are you?
Fuck no.
All right. Okay. Good.
I not after everything that happened in your father's dreams. I was painfully reminded how ill-equipped I am to deal with certain things.
You kidding? You're a mage. You've got so much power. You're pretty impressive. You're good with magic and good with swords, and you're smart and all that. And also, I mean, let's be honest, you also won that orgy 3 years in a row. So I feel like
I'm
you're
not
pretty
about
good.
to fuck the thornberries to death.
No, but first off, you never put anything off the table. You never know what's going to.
No, this is fairly off the table.
But what if that's their weakness?
They are mortal. They have two weaknesses. They can die, and another one
Is sex.
It could very well be, but if I am not about to let an entire cavalry unit of people, trample all over me.
Look, I was just saying that you're very capable, generally speaking. So I've got faith in you. That said, probably wouldn't go after the wild thornberries either way.
No, I wouldn't. I bet they're ugly under all that armor.
Well, I mean, if you're seducing them not for personal gain, pleasure, but to distract them all, get them all tired, maybe you just do a big orgy with them and they all go to sleep and then you slit their throats. I mean, it's possible. I'm not actually advocating this thing. I'm just open your mind to possibilities. Point being, no wild thornberries.
You're scaring me.
Why am I scaring you? Look,
You just casually mention fucking people asleep and then killing them.
Well, I wouldn't kill them, but I mean, I imagine
But you think I could?
Well, you killed a Brookser.
So we were in danger. She was going to either rip my throat out or do horrible things to you or Brenna.
Yeah, but so is the wild thornberries, yeah?
Yes, but the circumstances of beheading a Bruxa in the middle of a fight versus seducing a regiment is slightly different. If my life's in danger, I don't think I'll have time to seduce anyone.
Well, we operate differently, don't we? Because when my life's in danger, seduction's the first place I go.
Really?
Or running, one of the
'Cause-
two.
I didn't see you try to seduce the drowners.
Oh yeah, well you can't seduce them, so you run.
But you might not be able to seduce the what? You know what? This is.
Look, just talk to my sister and tell her not to go after wild thornberries, if you don't mind.
Yes. Is there any food first?
Just
I'll talk
point
to
to the
Brenna
tray.
after. He picks out on the tray.
So when do you think BM's gonna come for us? And do you think he's gonna try to get?
I don't think he cares anymore. I think he got what he had, what he needed.
Kadaren, roll me magical training.
God damn! If the food is a trap,
It's a trap.
that would be a 20.
You are aware that there is probably a likelihood of some sort of adverse reaction for someone who's had a spell that's been maintained for 50 years, even if it was a curse that could exist by itself, but he was actively engaged. If he was actively engaged with it at any point, then that means the spell is still active, and you broke his spell, so there's probably some feedback on that. Just, you may have pissed him off. Also probably, gave him a serious migraine.
Good. I hope he is forced to lay in bed all day and curse his life. And I hope his bottle of painkiller is empty.
What?
Also, quick question. Have I healed a bit? Have I
Yes,
regained
I mean-
anything during that hour?
You regained all your stamina in that hour.
Awesome.
And Ardzo did treat you, so you have the effect of healing hands, which is crap.
He had brought me back to 3 hit points at the end of the last
Yeah.
session I was here.
And then no, that was when he healed you from the ritual, but he healed you again from almost drowning.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I didn't have that.
Hold please as I bring the thing back. It's the wrong place. Finding all of the things that go in all of the things and just, skill trees, here we go. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, because that's what it is.
A first aid check.
Yeah, it's a first aid check. Which is what he got. And he gets a plus, I'm assuming he did his surgeon diagnose. So...
Oh, so you would get your recovery, it looks like.
Yeah,
right?
you get your recovery and your hit points. So you get your recovery score in hit points plus 2 because he's a surgeon.
That brings me just above the
Wound threshold,
the wound threshold. Yeah,
which is good. So you're not rolling at crap.
with a bunch of penalties. Yeah, I think it shows. Like after he's eaten a bit, Kadaren is starting to get his colors back.
So, what makes you think he got what he wanted? I mean, how would that work? I mean, you broke him out of the dream and everything, so how could he have gotten what he wanted already? I mean,
I think he's got enough of what he wanted. I believe he wasn't done, but he might have. You know, we've slowed him down. We haven't stopped him.
what I'm just saying is, I mean, the big question is, when's he going to come back and try to get me dad back? You know what I mean? If he's not got what he wanted, then he might need to get me dad back. And then how we stop that? How we stop a mage from just teleporting in and just scrying on you and reading your mind and just doing whatever he wants? I mean, how do you stop that?
There must be a way to stop mind delving.
What about
Sorry, mind
teleportation?
reading. Mind delving is on another game.
Oh, I don't even know what you're talking about. But I mean, how do you stop from somebody from teleporting into your room in the middle of the night and just like, you know, whatever?
I would have to confer with other mages. If only there was someone who had created such a magic item in an upcoming book.
Well, I don't know who would have done that. Be great if it was something like that. That'd be wonderful.
All right. Too bad you didn't think about it.
Some sort of magic book, you know, that'd be amazing. It's like a protection from teleport or something.
We don't have that. Though there is something that we can definitely get our hands on, and that's the Meridium.
Don't say it out loud. I just had this whole conversation with Brenner about this. If he's going to be listening to us everywhere and every time at any moment he could be, we should probably not tell our plans out loud. We should just,
But it doesn't matter. Even if he knows about it, then he knows he won't be able to come and get it.
But he'd just send a whirlpool after us. Oh, by the way, we was gonna get to Beauclair about a day earlier because the whirlpool gave us momentum.
The whirlpool. Oh, yes. Yes. Okay.
Also, look, why would he send a whirlpool after us to stop us from doing a thing if he already got what he wanted? Like, I just feel like we should probably assume he ain't got what he wanted. He's going to try to get it back, which is by me dad. So, I feel like we shouldn't be so comfortable with him getting everything he needs. Because I feel like, what if he ain't got all these things he needs? What if he's still going to come right after us, like, in 15 minutes?
No. He's not omniscient and he's not omnipotent. He is just a mage. He has things to do. He may be able to scry on us from time to time, but I think the reason why we believe that he's everywhere is because he has a lot of contingencies in place. And
friends.
And friends and agents. That's all. These can be taken out. We can pluck his eyes out. We can physically and symbolically. I mean, literally and symbolically is what I meant, but also physically, I guess.
If you cut out a mage's eyes, can they still scry? Is it like magic vision or?
No. You could probably hear if there is a spell that allows you to overhear eavesdrop. I don't think there is one. Most of them are sight-based, which makes rendering a mage blind a very potent ability.
Good to know.
Yeah, try not to poke my eyes out.
Oh, why would I?
But yeah, eyes and fingers. There's biggest weaknesses.
All right. So anyway, I'm just a little bit worried he's going to come and take me dad at any moment.
Oh, I can't prevent any of this for now.
All right.
For now, at least. Maybe I will be able to one day. I would need to. One, I would need to have a few days to myself in probably Banard or somewhere I could get my hands on Tomes of Magic.
I ain't got that. I mean, I know I've got places around, little hiding holes, that sort of thing, but I don't want to take anybody to them if they're just going to scry on us and find out everywhere we know.
But the thing is when you scry on someone, okay, you know the location, where they are. You see their surrounding.
Yeah.
But if there is nothing in those surroundings that can tell you where that person is, if you teleport in, you're teleporting in blind. And that is not something you want to do.
But, I mean, can't you just look in for this scrying thing and then just teleport where you see?
Yeah, but what I mean is you wouldn't know what's outside of the perimeter of your divination spell. Let's say your father is in a room.
Yeah.
And you teleport into the room.
Yeah.
But the room is trapped. Or there are guards in the room, or there are wards, or what have you. You wouldn't see them. You know, if let's say someone is hidden from view, like a very good ambusher, or what have you. Even if I'm to scry on your father, if that person is so well hidden that my eyes cannot see them, then I don't know they're there. The spells won't allow us to know exactly, everything about the location that we're looking into. Never.
So we need traps.
Yeah.
All right.
The best thing would be to get the D thing.
Yeah.
And and line the walls with it.
Or like
because
a big D like spike that might then go and like penetrate the BM, right? When it like shows up.
You would want to avoid that. You want to have big D's all over the place. You want them wall to wall, floor to ceiling.
Yeah. All right. So I just need I need like lots of big D.
Hi,
right?
Arzo.
Just because I love Billy's face and it's thematically appropriate, the door opens and Arzo walks in on this moment of you need big D's all over the place.
Well, I think he's in the room with Brenna, right? He's in the other room with Brenna.
Arzo was in the room with your dad.
Which is where Brenna is.
No, Brenna went back to her room.
Which is where the dad is.
Oh, did we put the dad in the open
Brenna's room?
Yeah, because I thought we put him in Brenna's room, in my room. That's why we were talking in Katerin's room.
Yep, because we didn't take the extra open one.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, he's coming from where I was.
Yeah, Arzo, you walk in on this wonderful conversation.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was I interrupting?
No, we's talking about the big D.
Okay, I'll go. Thank you.
No,
I mean, we're talking about the Meridium.
You're not supposed to say that out loud.
I say it, but not omnipotent, not omnipresent. Neither is the omniscient. Chances are, if we don't repeat it too often, and it doesn't matter because even if it's there, then your wall to wall, line it with D, you stop any mage from getting in.
But if he knew, then he would just try to get us before we get there. You know?
Or, but then they have to contend with us. If we're all dead, it doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, all right. Arzo, how is he?
What? And why would we all be dead?
Just then they kill us with magic.
We need to find a place to keep Yanto's father alive.
Why wouldn't? Does Yanto's father need protecting from something? Sorry, I've been in a daze.
No, it's okay. I myself have been just caught up to speed by Yanto.
Look, if the big BM had me dad in a trap, and we busted him out of that trap, I figure the big BM's going to come any moment and just like try to take him back.
If that is what we are genuinely expecting, then laying down the trap is a good idea, but we will have to use bait, will we not?
Well, I feel like he's already baited, yeah? I mean, he wants something we got.
If that is the case, and the bait is left so out in the open, would they not suspect?
I just feel like if I was some sort of BM and somebody took some from me.
What does can you illustrate to me quickly what BM
Well,
the face I showed you the other day.
Mm-hmm.
I get really close to Ardzo and I whisper in his ear, the big mage.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right? So he's going to probably want to just... Did you get food, by the way? We got a plate of food that's for him. There's a plate of food in the other room. Did they deliver it?
And yes.
All right.
I am well fed, thank you for asking.
All right. But is me dad all right? Is he all right? Yeah. Yeah.
He's sleeping. Your father is sleeping.
All right. Yeah. Well, everybody thinks Brenna's having an affair with Kadan, by the way. Just so you know. Or the bosun does, but bosun, she probably won't tell nobody. But just so you know, it's a thing.
Everybody thinks that?
Well, the bosun thinks it.
Well, I don't think it. I didn't think it until just now.
There's not having an affair yet, but people might think it.
Why would they think it?
Well, because she was in this room. She was, here.
We're also in this room.
Yeah, but she's a lady. Yeah.
And don't you think that it could be harmful that people would think that if it did not happen?
Depends. Sometimes it's useful. Sometimes it's harmful. So I told Brenda she should be careful.
How can this be useful?
Oh, it's an excuse to have like private conversations that people are not going to overhear and all that. Basically, it gives an excuse for people to be seen talking together without raising too much suspicion. They won't be thinking, oh, there's plotting over take a BM, take a big D with a big BM, they won't be thinking that. They'll be thinking like, oh, there's having an affair. That's, so sometimes it's a bit easier.
Right, but don't you think that the potential consequences would be much more severe for Brenda?
Oh yeah, that's why I told her not to let anybody think that, make a fire break. Anyway, because I told her husband's like super possessive and jealous and probably violent. I don't think she believes me, but she might.
I kind of got that vibe, but I didn't want to say anything.
Yeah, no, I totally got that vibe too. Yeah, I mean, he looked at her like she was like a doll that he had in a collection or something. I didn't like it. He just, you see the way he had his hands on her all the time. Every time like in public and all that, he was just like gripping her arm and all that, like this is mine. I don't like him at all.
To be fair, there are some people that are into that. It is just not for me.
No, I mean like real possessive jealousness. You know what I mean? Like Brenna don't even know about it. She don't even see it.
Yeah, it didn't feel good, I will say. But again, I can only be there for my friends.
Yeah. Well, I'm just hoping that sooner or later she'll realize that he's a bit of an arsehole, really. She don't see it yet, but look. And he just pauses for a moment to see if he just wants to say this thing out loud. But he does he was her first love and all that. So she don't got a lot of experience outside of him. So she just needs to broaden her horizons a little bit, don't she? To maybe see what other people are like. And he's just saying that in Kadarn's earshot, not directed at Kadar necessarily, but just, saying it.
Oh, I understand. So let's say someone who is the winner of orgies.
For example, right? If there was somebody
Just
who was
an
like
idea.
Yeah. For example. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Just as an example, that would make sense. But I do believe she did exchange vows, which, people's word is important, and vows are important, and rather unflexible.
Well, apparently not. Apparently not, considering that he don't seem to have no problem stepping out when he's married
What?
multiple times.
They just got married, though.
No, I mean with Brenna. He was married, like he didn't marry.
Oh.
Yeah, it was. But point is, I don't feel he seems like the sort of fella who's like, it's all right for me to have sex with somebody outside of marriage, but not all right for you. That's the sort of fella he seems like to me.
And do you think that he'd be the type of person to do it to Brenda as well?
It's a good question. He did it once. Might do it again.
Right.
At least, I mean, once that we know of. We don't know what else he's done. We don't know. Fella.
Is there a way we can know? Would that be weird?
It
Would that be too far?
I don't think it would be. Question is, we can find the right gossip. We'll see. God, I don't like it.
Yes. Anyways, I feel we are diverging from the big D.
Yeah.
Yes, can we go back to the D now?
Yeah. It's gonna get some. Because I feel like we all need some big D, and then right after that,
Well,
it'll protect us.
we're going to Mahakam, and Arzo, you probably know more about.
And by the way,
aspects.
Yanto is shining Kadern's boots. He's sitting in the corner of the room,
Okay.
shining his boots.
And still, okay.
You did a good job.
When we mention Big D, do you suddenly shine faster or?
You really can't tell because I'm
Okay.
hard to read.
Okay. Is there is like squeaky, squeaky, squeaky. Arzo, you might remember it better than I, but I believe that Mahakam may have a reserve of the D, or at least massive D ores.
Mm-hmm. What do I have to roll to see if I can? I guess this is a rumor mill since I haven't been there in so long.
Yeah, that would be what this is. This is a gossip. No, wait, gossip is not in this game.
Oh,
Sucks. Gossip should be in this game. Yes, I'm trying to keep 3 different Talsorian skill sets in my head. I would
Yeah,
just
it's 'cause-
roll on this one. I would just roll Dwarven because we'll use that. We'll use your understanding of Dwarven history, culture, understanding. Wait, you have to have 8 points in it because it's your natural language.
Oh, I'll use some of the 65 IP that I haven't spent yet.
No, you
So
start with
you automatically get
get
8
8.
points.
Oh,
Yeah.
Because it's your native language.
because it's your native
Yeah.
language.
look at that. Okay.
Yeah, and
Um,
I can't control if you don't spend your IP. I just give it to you. You don't.
Yeah.
And chat has very kindly given you 4 luck points. I'm just saying. So 21.
Yeah, that seems not bad.
Not bad at all. A 21. You know that there are smiths in Mahakam who definitely work with Demeridium. This is still the golden age of witchers, so it's not the grand purges of mages yet, so there are fewer, but there are still a desire for, there are a couple specialty orders for various things that have come out. There is some, reserve of every ore in Mahakam. The question is, do you know people who would sell it to you? And do you have, the coin with which to buy it? But you do know of 2 people who might have some that you could talk to.
And who are these people in relation to me?
I have a guess for one of them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure, Zolkor is the son of the Elder in Chief, and, if they're...
Yeah, we can't get any. We cannot get any. It is off limits. We can't get any. We'll have to find another way.
And the other person who would have some would be your sister.
There's a chance. There's a chance that we could get some.
Well, as slim as the chance may be, it's if we cannot get our hands on the ones in Mahakam, then we might need to find some elsewhere.
Like we could potentially, if we can't get it in a refined state, we can do some research and attempt to mine some ore ourselves and try to refine it ourselves, which would take a while, but it's not impossible, just improbable.
I think even in its raw form, we should be all right. But still, it's good to know that we're not going there for nothing.
Brenna.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
You have returned to your room.
I have.
Your stepfather
Mhm.
is asleep.
Yeah.
Ardzo tucked him in.
Oh, good.
Because he's Ardzo, he cares for his patients. Ardzo, by the way, you saved Kadarn's life twice.
Yeah.
Twice, oh, cool. Definitely going to use that later.
Good.
Yeah, one, he almost killed himself by doing magic that he shouldn't have been doing, and number two, the minute he woke up from the first time you saved his life from doing magic that he shouldn't have been doing, he then promptly did more magic to teleport underwater.
And to make sure I don't aggro the entire wild thornberries on us. But you're right. I am being reckless.
I mean, you teleported underwater.
If you leave a portal open underwater, does the water go like a fucking sinkhole? I'm very tired.
I think it would.
It does, because that's the whole point about, like, you can Side note, one of my favorite things that Alienor ever did that you all never got to see is she decapitated a dude with a standing portal.
Nice.
Right, I'm imagining, like, man,
Everything-
the ability to do portals would just be wicked.
And that's how Alienor got totally fucked up when we had to go to Oxenfurt because the Demeridium was in the air and she was holding the portal open on the other side, but it was... She's still...
That wasn't Alienor, that was your...
No,
Yeah.
Not Alienor, that was Ainfra.
I know who you were
Ainfra.
talking
It's
about.
Ainfra. Look, I have two characters who are both A, and they're both in the Witcher universe. That was not...
Yeah.
I was not talking about Alienor, that was all Ainfra, my Witcher sorceress on Tales from the Grim, Witcher Family of Wraiths. Entirely different thing, but yes. A standing portal will allow air and other things through it. Unless, of course, you're Philippa, and then you're just doing weird shit anyways. But... Brenna. Your
Yes.
stepfather is asleep. Ardzo has cared for him. I'm not going to make you roll for it because you are a Witcher and this ship is not that big. You can hear the murmurings of the gentlemen in the cabin across the hall between two doors. If you want to hear what they're talking about, you'd actually have to roll for it, but you can hear them talking.
Are like the across the hall, so in the dwarves' room?
No,
Kadarn's room's next door.
You're right next.
Yeah.
You are right next door. Yeah, if through a single wall, so you don't even have to go across. So yeah, it's the question. The question is, if you want to hear exactly what the words are, you'd have to roll for it. If not, you just know that they're
In case
talking.
they're talking about something important, she doesn't want to have them have to catch her up on it later.
Mhm.
So she'll listen in. Also, she's sulkily eating her food. Ooh, only 17.
Yeah. There are times when you can't catch all of it because, you can guess that they're whispering to each other, but...
That or I'm eating, like, loud food.
Or something where there's, like, a sound that you kind of get distracted by on the deck of somebody calling out an order on the deck, but you come back. But you kind of get the gist of the conversation. You do hear the agreement between Ardzo, Yanto, and Kader that they don't like Gavril.
Why do you think she's sulkily, like, pouting and eating her food?
But that
It's like, I don't understand why.
you don't understand, and it's that pouty eating.
Confusing.
Things
Maybe
are.
they're just jealous. Maybe they want Gavril. She wouldn't, you know. I don't know.
Yeah, it's.
Yanto can generally get whoever he wants. He does not want your dusty old husband.
He's not dusty.
No, he's distinguished looking as fuck.
He's and younger than her, so
There's that.
human, but younger than her. Yeah, and you know, Alienor said some things not like that because Alienor has a lot more tact, I feel, when trying to present things to Bretta.
Tact, and she's used to trying to explain things to Brenna. Like, as long as you've known Yanto and Ardzo, it's only been a couple months, and they aren't quite as skilled in the explaining things to Brenna. But there's something in their in that conversation that you do that does pique your interest.
The big D.
Well, I mean, I'm sure you thought about how the effects of that would tie into your grand plan to montage and murderize the entire Wild Hunt.
The entire Wild Thornberries, yeah.
Look, I don't have to say that. I'm the DM.
You don't.
I
No,
don't say
I
that.
can say it. But yeah.
But you do catch two things that would kind of maybe be of I want to know if they're of interest to Brenna.
Okay.
I want to know Brenna's thought on, well, if Alzor was done with your stepfather, you know, what do you think Alzor will be back for your stepfather?
He seemed to go through a lot of effort in the first place, but he's also had him for like 50 years, and if the dude can't get everything he needs out of a guy in 50 years, then dude's slacking. So I think that's her opinion on the matter. She's like, man, if he does come back for him, he's kind of lame, and I'm gonna say that to him. But she'd like to think that he's done, because again, he had 50 years to like get shit done. That's a long time. And this guy was asleep 24/7, so he had like all day, every day for 50 years to get whatever it is that he needs to be done. He should be done. Or he sucks. And he like helped make Witchers, so like she'd like to think that he doesn't completely suck at, you know, getting what he wants.
He doesn't completely suck at getting what he wants.
So she's like, he's probably done. He probably just kept around for like extra bonus usefulness, fun, sport. I don't know.
Because he's petty and doesn't want to give up his toys. I mean, there are lots of reasons.
Yeah. But, you know, that was a lot of effort. And, you know, if he's coming to a culmination on a grand plan that he seems to be working on, why would he put forth the effort to get that one toy back when he could put forth that effort in other things or to hindering us elsewhere? That's what she's thinking. So she thinks it's unlikely, but not out of the question. Like, it's a possibility, but unlikely. Low odds.
And on the other side, the other thing I want to know about Brenna's opinion, aside, you know, we're not thinking about Brenna's opinion about the gentleman's opinion of Gavril, but I do want to know Brenna's opinion of how the three, you know, the conversation about getting Brenna laid by somebody else.
Technically, it was broadening horizons. That's, you know, just broadening horizons, which probably is involving sex, but, you know, it could also be involving other things.
Yeah. Yanto tried to do that at his brothel. So I don't think it's a surprise to her. I think she's kind of like, there's like nobody who's really been of interest. So like, why would they bother?
Horizon the root word of horizontal, or is it the other way around?
I think they're just
stem.
related.
They come from the same stem.
Yeah. So
Sometimes you have to be
Yeah.
horizontal to broaden your horizons.
emulate the horizon.
Emulate the horizon. Be horizontal.
But it's not just about sex. It's about being around other people other than Gavril. Really, you know.
I mean,
That's-
she's around a lot of other people than other
She
Gavril.
is
Alien
in a
She's
naked
been around
way.
a lot of in a naked way.
In a naked way. Well, I mean,
Not
she's
in a naked
witcher.
way.
I don't think she
Yeah,
cares about
she's-
that.
Yeah, she was in her skivvies on deck like several hours ago, wet. She gave very few facts. It's more like, yeah, I'm buff. What's up? If
I
anything, it was just a big flex. So I think she's just like Kyanto, and by proxy, she found it interesting that Kadan didn't have much to contribute to that conversation of broadening of horizons. And she feels like Artso's just there to support friends in whatever way he can. But she's mostly thinking like, Yanto. She's like, look, if there had been anybody else I was interested in over the past 50 years, don't you think I would have like gone for them? But no, it's just pretty much only been an interesting Gavril. So
I think that's where we're going to take the break for. We're gonna stretch. We're gonna refresh. We're gonna come back. And we're gonna fast forward the clock a little bit.
ooh.
We're gonna.
I'd also like to conjure the image of Alienor taking Brenna speed dating, because you know she's done that.
I think it's the old school version of speed dating, not the speed dating you see in modern day where you go and you sit at multiple tables and there's a little timer. No, it's I'm going to introduce you to the process of scanning the available ability. So she took you to the busiest tavern that she could,
Yep.
and then
Mhm.
proceeded to introduce you to the, like, these are all of the different, you know, stereotypes that you
Mhm.
can find. Let me
Yep.
show you how this works.
Yep.
But we're gonna stretch, we're gonna come back, and then we're gonna see what happens, because, you know, we're gonna fast forward the clock a little. But we'll see you in about 8 minutes. Stretch, refresh, a little bit. Bye, everybody. And we're back. We hope you were refreshed, you got a snack, you stretched, you did everything you needed, and now I have going to wind the clock forward a couple days. Beauclair is in sight. You will make dock in a couple hours. It is a civilized hour to be awake, which means like 8:30. Not dawn, but
Yanto, as always, does not sleep particularly well. Because you might be in danger.
Carwin has spent most of the last couple days sleeping and eating and kind of that general, oh, you were sick and now recovering kind of thing. But now you are landing in Beauclair. You know that you will be going north with your 2 carriages, 5 horses, 1 extra passenger.
Yeah, we're not leaving him on the boat. We're gonna take him. And I guess in Brenna's carriage.
Yeah. Also, Yanto would let his dad know that he's pretending to be a driver named Albert, right? So that he knows what the story is.
Your dad does not seem to judge this. Just kind of takes that information in, holds it.
Because,
He doesn't ask.
but also, we're clearly in danger. You know what I mean? People are out to get you. So you have to,
Mm-hmm. But I have a question for Ardzo.
No. Nope.
You don't know what the question is.
You're okay. What's the question?
The question is, I know you're avoiding certain people. That isn't my question. My question is, what are you doing as the ship approaches dock? Barge, not a ship.
So the carriages are still there, correct?
Yes, the carriages are on the deck, and the 4 carriage horses and Confidant are also kind of penned on the deck. So this leads, where are you as Beauclair comes into sight?
He has a journal in front of him that is open and like a writing implement of his own concoction that he's like tapping on the page, thinking about how to catalog this foray, the foray of the fairy, like how he wants to process all this information, mainly regarding one individual in particular, about how he wants to process how he feels about encountering this individual and whether or not he should put it in the journal to begin with. And so it's one of those things where he's got like the writing implement in the book open right here, and he's got the implement, and he's just kind of like fiddling around with it, and he comes up to something, and he begins to write it down, and then you see him scribble it out, and then goes back to wiggling the writing implement back and forth.
So the deck is mostly quiet. The only people that are really on it, not going to judge what the other three of you are doing or where you are, so you can tell me where you all are in a moment. The bargemen are, again, it's pulling upriver at this point and guiding well the barge, Barry. The minstrel, because he's not a bard, he aspires to barddom, but he's not a good enough spy. Look, like, he could, if we were to make comparisons to another property, entirely different IP that would be owned by a certain company named BioWare, you might perhaps say he'd be good enough to play in Ferelden, but he couldn't play the game in Orlais.
Are you referencing the Hamburglar?
Possibly.
That's okay. So we're dealing with a little Hamburglar.
I mean, Michel is a decent. He can play in Toussaint, but he's not gonna play in Toussaint. He might play some taverns in Beauclair, but they're all the lower end taverns, and he's not going to any of the high class noble parties. But he's a decent performer, and he's up in the bow at the moment.
He's in Nashville playing at 9 a.m. at the bars.
Maybe.
Before the bars open.
I mean, he might be good enough to be like an opener.
Well, this is just coming from a person who's got no experience with this character.
Yeah, he's a flirtatious young human minstrel who's you've heard for a couple. You may have heard him for a couple of days. He's good enough to play a couple bars and possibly be that first opening act, the local opening act for a national tour.
Gotcha.
He's
Cool.
not the touring opening act. But he's performing up in the front, in the bow. Mostly is used as a kind of tempo keeper for the bargemen, who seem to treat him well and like him. But you roll me an awareness, Arzo, as you're sitting here contemplating your diary.
I would note that
journal?
Yanto is hooking up, is getting the carriage ready because he's Albert.
Yeah, but you wouldn't probably be hitching the horses yet.
Yeah, but like, so he's doing like Albert work.
He's doing Albert work. Zerzo, you would, after a couple times of you flipping and then scratching out and then looking around to think of words, notice that the dwarven contingent has started to kind of move on deck in small amounts, and they've changed from what they were wearing before. Before, it was kind of obvious that Zolkor was kind of traveling, not necessarily incognito, but low-key. You know, that celebrity dressed down on the plane so you don't have to acknowledge people, but not really traveling incognito, so if you still kind of saw them, they would acknowledge you and be polite, but trying to create this kind of distance. Now you can kind of glance around and you see a couple of the bodyguards have started to come out, and they're wearing more formal dwarven arms and armor.
Mhm.
You see Valdemar, who's kind of showed up, and he's got, he's braided his beard a little bit nicer. Again, slightly more formal armor. Nobody's bothering you, but you notice this.
He lets out a large sigh and continues to fiddle with his writing implement. That's he's not gonna, if they're in this state with them wearing formal attire, he would not initiate anything. It was the formality of the situation that intimidated him to begin with.
A couple minutes go by. Valdemar will walk over to you. And with a very formal air, one you haven't seen in years. I have a question for Ardzo. How long has it been since Ardzo had to act his rank?
The split probably happened before any sort of the Zolkurdian era.
So 3, 4, 5 decades, maybe?
Mm-hmm. Pushing 5 for sure.
But you recognize the behavior, the manners that Valdemar is enacting. Before, he was just greeting you as another dwarf, an actor, another just traveler. Respectful and giving deference to your rank as a healer, and maybe even slight deference to your connection, whatever it was, to Zolkord. But now he's acting in deference to more formal behavior. Perhaps one might even say a certain level of etiquette that you haven't seen in decades.
Can I assist you? Do you need... I was just contemplating some poetry.
And he just, as he kind of leans forward, bows, he will hand out to you a sealed letter.
Does this require action in a short amount of time?
I would not presume to know what is in his mind. Or what is in a letter that I have not seen or read.
Were you in the room when he wrote it?
No.
He puts his writing implement in his vest and then takes the letter and looks at the letter and begins to aimlessly fiddle with the letter in the same manner that he was fiddling with the pen, kind of maybe testing the properties, see if the stock of paper that it was written on, not so much investigatory, just feeling the letter in his hands.
It's heavy, full vellum. You can see the thick seal that's on the back. It's Zolkord's personal seal, but it's been changed since you last saw it. more filigree on it, slightly higher, acknowledgement of his own higher rank, not just the rank his father has. Again, his father may be Elder-in-Chief, but it's gaining the position of Eldor and respect in that manner is earned in Dwarven society, not necessarily 100% inherited. So definitely gives the impression of slightly higher personal rank that Zolkor is.
Where is it that you, and references the gathering, the large group of them, where is it that you are heading?
Home now. To Mahakam.
I make no promises that I will open this letter. I make no promises at all. But if our paths cross again, I cannot guarantee that I could be any better than where I am right now, if that makes sense.
Well, I hope if next we meet again, this correct. Well, because of course I don't have those notes in front of me. But he would say, I hope that next time we meet again, that I can give you the honor your station deserves in a more formal manner. Had not heard, I was unaware of your particular place, and I feel that I must apologize for my actions. Your brother is very well regarded, and I would not wish to give him an insult.
It's not like he doesn't deserve it.
And you see this look come across his face, like, okay. It's that very fine line of a very professional, like, diplomat being like, oh, there's some shit here, and you can make that insult, but I definitely can't. And his lordship wishes to know if you, aside from the letter, I do not know what is in that, this is a personal communication, he wishes to know if he is to provide communication to your brother that he have been. Wow, that's me messing up. He would say something along the lines of, do you want Zolkor to tell your brother that he saw you? Because there will be a gathering, of course. All the clan elders will be there. The return home and such. He wishes to know his, which he should not mention.
Ardzo like an eyebrow raises up almost as if an opportunity has arisen. If Zolkert ever knew me, he will know the answer to that question.
He thought that might be your answer, but he did not wish to assume in case things had changed between you and Ames.
That is
Pardon
my
me, his
answer.
brother, obviously. Renowned for orgies.
I think he has more than one brother.
That's silly. That's
Mesmo, he did not wish to make an assumption that your relationship with Mesmo had changed. He wished to double check, but it was his thought. Also, he wanted to avoid any insult given.
I do appreciate the courtesy, but sometimes there are insults that should not be kept in.
And you just see this look on Valdemar's face like, am I supposed to insult a clan elder then? Is that what you're asking me to do? No, that couldn't have... What?
I'm not asking you to do anything, or prompting you even to do it. It's just that some people have things coming their way, and you should not let formality get in the way of letting some people know what they need to hear. Does that make sense?
Yes, of course.
I do recall a little bit about my family. When they were difficult, too. They did not shy away from telling people what they needed to hear, which got them in a lot of trouble.
You are correct. There are many who find Clan Elder Mesmo Bulo's curtness, forthrightness, difficult, but and you just see that, like, this whole conversation has taken a turn that he's dealing with and shifting gears on, and he's good at shifting gears, but this is, like, he was prepared to deal with you and Zolkor's emotional, not romantic bullshit, because that's what he thought this whole conversation is, and now he's walked into family drama, and he's like, oh. Very well, then I will assume that any conversation that you have, or any conversation that mentions you to Clan Elder Mesmo will be in such a manner as to be forthright and frank.
But that sounds perfect.
And then he'll, like, give you again that very formal bow and turn on his heel and walk back to the growing the dwarven bodyguard contingent. You do not see Zolkord on the deck.
And he will continue to observe, and he'll put the letter in his vest pocket, and then take out the writing implement, twiddle it in his hand a little bit more, then start writing things down in his journal.
Albert is by the carriages, sort of just like getting things ready for the trip. Doesn't say anything, but lets you know that he's there, just so that his presence may or may not be supportive, calming, useful. He doesn't say anything. He just is, checking wheels and spokes and all that.
Okay, so that's where Yanto is. Where are Brenna and Darren? Just to make sure I know where everyone.
Brenna is probably, because we're landing in, fancy place to transfer over, to another ferry. Probably making sure she's looking ladylike, doing what Eleanor has told her to do because, she's traveling formally for non-Witcher at the moment business. So she's probably making sure,
Oh,
the dress is on right.
So then
her
I need
hair is done.
I need a grooming and style.
All right, I will do my best. We'll put one luck point into this because she gotta look good,
Mhm.
Oh, no, that's not one. There we go. Oh no!
So
I have so many points in that.
But you also have a brother who will check you over before you leave.
She looks terrible. She's a big old mess.
here's what it is. You're putting yourself together, and you notice as you're kind of putting yourself together and bringing things in and out, you notice that the dress you were wearing to get on the ship and look ladylike has the stitches in the rear seam of the skirt have started to come undone. And then you attempt to fix them.
Yeah, I'm not a seamstress.
But
I can do mending repairs on my Witcher gear, but it's different when it's a very fancy lady dress. Yeah.
And it's a very fancy lady dress, but it's also a dress that Eleanor designed for you.
Oh no. Oh no.
And
So she's there
she's
when
when
be
you
a mess.
bought, and there was a whole conversation about how it would look, how Gavril would appreciate you in this dress. So there's a lot of memory and motion, and so you've just started picking at this seam and it started to come undone, and now you're just a non-emotional emotional Witcher mess.
Yeah, she's definitely emotional, but in a weird cat Witcher repressed kind of way. So she's not crying, but she looks like she wants to, and
I think you give up on looking like the lady of the house and go back to looking like a Witcher.
probably. And she looks very distressed in the face. She's like, I can't fix it. I have to pay someone else to, and just carefully as she can, puts it away. But she is the distraught. Her hair looks really nice, though, maybe.
Her hair looks fine.
Yeah, it's the dress.
It's the dress.
It's the dress.
And you just kind of give up and start looking like a Witcher. Kadarn, where are you?
We're about to shift from one ferry to the other, right? No, we've landed and we're not moving anymore
You're
for
about
at
to
least
here
an
forever.
hour.
We're about to go from ferry to major
land.
city to land, and then carriaging up.
Okay.
Well, you could. There's another river you
There's
could go up,
there's another river. Yeah, so we
That
could
would
transfer
work.
ferries.
Yeah, which would be faster.
which would be faster, to go from
But-
Beauclair to Belhaven.
Yeah.
Are we staying put for about an hour?
Probably, even with just transferring ships.
Cool. Kadarn is in Banard.
Cool.
We're gonna come back to that moment because I will come back to that. I have things I need to pull together, but I have them ready. But we'll come back to that moment. I thought this might happen. So, Ardzo, I got a question. That letter is burning a hole in your pocket.
Like literally?
No, it's not magical. Dwarves don't do magic.
Okay. Oh yeah, no, for sure. I've never wanted to do something and not wanted to do something at the same time so much ever.
I mean, you could roll for it. I do that all the time.
I feel like the part of me that wants to do it is the same part of me that wants to eat a 2-pound bag full of Sour Patch Kids.
You don't?
I don't usually because I'm not a big fan of Sour Patch Kids, but at the same
Oh,
time,
yes. I have very little willpower.
From
in that
experience, I've done that. It costs me a lot.
regard. Yeah.
Does
No
Yanto being in
human-
the background as a supportive energy help with this decision at all?
Yes, but in both directions.
Yeah.
So it's not like a thing that skews the from one way to another. It's just like he's imagining Yanto saying things in both veins. So he'll pull it out again. He'll take a look at it, and the seal on it, is there wax, I'm assuming, with the seal.
mm-hmm.
How crisp is is there a lot of wax leakage from the press?
Just enough that you could pop the seal without breaking it.
I'll take another look around to see, in other than Yanto, who is able to see me at this moment.
There are like the dwarven contingent doesn't seem to be paying you attention. I mean, the sailors are definitely not paying you any attention. The captain and the bosun seem to be in conversation with their heads kind of leaning together on the wheel deck.
Mm-hmm.
But the last time this sort of thing happened, Ardzo yelled real loud and punched a carriage. So I'm just here in case this is some kind of weird breakup letter or whatever.
I'm gonna
and,
open it.
Ardzo needs me to be there in case he starts screaming or yelling or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just here in case screaming and yelling happens.
You open it. Do you break the seal or do you kind of gently pop the knife underneath to...
Ardzo's not a half-asser. Ardzo goes full ass.
Like whole ass caltrops, it's fine.
The whole ass caltrops. Let's see what's in this beasts be damned letter.
It is in Dwarven, which might be, slightly strange for that moment to see written Dwarven again after years by yourself, and probably your own writings were the only ones you would have seen. In that language for a number of decades by this point. It begins and it's just addressed simply to Ardzo. And it's not overly formal. It's warm. There's no salutation that's kind of pedantic or manipulative. Like, my dearest Ardzo. Yeah, that's, even when during the Zolkor period, that was not, the sickeningly sweet was never, at least as far as Zolkor went, your dynamic. It was good to see you again. Even if you won't say or speak to me. I do not know where you went or what happened, but I'm glad you are safe and well. I had tried to ask Zerny where you were, but he said that you had disappeared from him as well. Know that no matter what, my door is always open, and you still have all of the keys. And then there's a note at the bottom that's kind of like hastily scrawled. Like the rest of it is neat and clean and like he wants to make a impression that's not negative, but also has that moment of doesn't want to seem like he's trying too hard. So it's not like pushing too far, but he wants to make a good impression at the same time. And then there's a note kind of towards the bottom that's kind of hastily added. I should also perhaps warn you that Kazakh is back in Mahak. And he is odd. But I hope you are well and stay safe. If you need me, call my name in it. And he merely signs it Zolkord. He doesn't put his titles, he doesn't put anything else, he just puts Zolkord.
Does Ardzo recall if Zolkor would vague book like that in regards to, hey, warning, this person is here and they seem odd? Is that a typical thing, or is that... I'm trying to discern whether that in the letter is like a ploy to...
Oh, if it's a ploy to get you to be like...
to talk and inquire and then start up a dialogue, or if this character is like of genuine concern and
Well, you would recall that Zolkord and Kazakh didn't get along, but there's also was that, your Kazakh was always strangely possessive of you. I mean, as your youngest brother, he kind of followed you a lot, so there was that little level of like that teenage dating, why is my little brother following me around kind of relationship with your significant other. But Zolkord was always polite about it and never took it personally. And just always kind of filed it under youngest brother, behavior. So from your recollection, Zolkor was never one to be prone to making something bigger than it was. Like, if he felt the need to say, this is weird, it was because he believed it was weird and that you needed to have that piece of information.
Gotcha.
Now,
Okay.
That may not necessarily mean that what was happening was actually a big deal, but it was enough that it was information that he would feel that you would need to have it. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yep. 100%. Fold the letter back up, stick it back in the envelope, put it in my pocket.
I'm going to take this moment while Ardzo contemplates that message. Hey, Kadarn.
Yeep.
Where do you go, specifically? as you teleport?
I want to teleport not amidst the ruins of Van Art. Mind you, I don't know that they're ruins. He wants to teleport a certain distance away for two reasons. One, he doesn't know if it's a trap. So he would rather not, reappear in his dorm or something, because that would be problematic. So he's going to reappear like a good maybe like 300 yards away from the school.
Okay.
Like far enough away that, Banard being built sort of like a tall complex, or like a conglomeration of towers, he would
Because-
see them from afar. No, because wizards in phallic forms.
They're always compensating for something.
Which is why, by the way, in the original lore, Aretusa is built as a burrow, but that's completely beside the point. So yeah, towers. 300
Tia has
yards
a whole
away.
conversation about why only male mages are obsessed with towers. It's great.
Yeah. But yeah, no. Far enough away so that, if it's still standing, he's gonna be like, okay, he was bullshitting. But that if it's a trap, he's far enough. I'm for one out of bow shot.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, and then, if he doesn't see the tower or whatever, he's gonna approach, probably freak out.
I have 2 questions for you before this happens. Number 1, do you tell anyone that you're doing this?
Of course not. Why
He
would
just-
I?
He just bops in and out of places. The whole buddy system is beyond him at the moment.
By the way, it's been 2 more days, so you have 2 more days of hit point recovery.
So like I'm full.
Well, whatever your recovery,
Oh yeah, right. So like I'm not full.
it's like I don't know how. what
But
your
I'm
max
near.
HP
I'm near full.
Plus
I'm
Arzo's healing answer plus 3.
Yeah, so +3.
plus 3 every day.
Mhm. Yep.
Okay, so like I'm 3/4 back up.
Oh, good. Just letting you know.
It's really nice having a healer.
It
Mhm.
is indeed. Speaking as someone who spent an entire season at nowhere near full health.
I wasn't there yet.
No, I'm sorry.
But also, you didn't let us know that you were injured, so we couldn't be helpful.
That's a separate issue.
It's not a bug, it's a feature.
Exactly. So you are appearing, and Banard is built into the hills and the mountains to kind of give some natural defenses, but at the same time, it's not like Aretusa, which is on an island off the coast where the rocky formations kind of and the sea itself gives additional like deterrence. You can usually see it even through the trees, where you are. Roll me an awareness. As the sun rises into the sky, it's probably about 9 o'clock by this point.
Awareness. You know what? I'm gonna put 2 points of luck in that. How many luck points do we have in a pool given to us by our wonderful chat?
Wonderful chat, you have 4.
Do y'all mind if I take one?
For it.
Good thing I did. That's a 20.
As you approach, when you're about 200 yards out, when you can finally see things clearly, you can notice that the top of the tower is missing. See scorch marks on the stone.
They're not renovating.
You get closer. It's been 5 days at this point. You can smell that burnt Ozo stench of lightning struck humanoid. Scorch marks. Blackened streaks across the stone. Hear the buzzing and cawing vultures. You get closer.
Yeah.
How close do you get?
Um. Halfway, 150. Like a little farther than a football field.
1.5.
Yeah, one and a
Well-
half football field.
A little over 1 when you consider that the end zones aren't counted in that 100 yards.
Also, Canadian football fields.
You look up. Glass is shattered. Stained glass window that stood in prominence above the main door, central tower, supposedly put there to kind of, show off both the wealth of Bernard and, its ability to do pretty much anything with magic and not break that stained glass window.
Mm-hmm.
Is shattered. It survived decades, maybe even centuries of Bernard graduates and their bullshit, and it's shattered. The grounds are littered with signs of magical combat, scorch marks, frozen ice, thrusts of rock out of the ground, trees that were usually lined the approach in that very kind of orderly fashion. About the only thing that was orderly about Bernard is the, that very manicured approach to those towers that belied the chaos and embrace of such that occurred inside. You see, at this point, a few bodies. Grounds. There are entire walls that are missing on the sides of a couple of these towers.
Any bodies?
A few. And you can hear the sounds of vultures and other animals.
Just out of curiosity, when you say other animals in that tone of voice, I am led to believe that you're talking about monsters. You're not talking about like seagulls.
Well,
Can I
Bernard is
make-
landlocked even for seagulls.
Maybe that's the weird thing that, like, oddly, seagulls show up out of nowhere, and you're like,
Yeah,
that's
but
weird.
no, but here's the thing. Seagulls aren't carrion creatures.
No.
They're horrible
Can-
and violent, but they're not carrion.
Can I make a monster lore check?
Oh,
See if I
yeah.
can identify those creatures by their sounds.
You may indeed.
Oh, what are those? I bet you I know what they are. Being a witcher.
Who's that Pokemon? 19.
So are they're not seagulls then? Okay.
No.
No, but you can definitely hear some things that you are, I mean, you're pretty sure you hear the sounds of what are probably, some, well, I mean, there are definitely, perhaps maybe some wargs, perhaps a couple of ghouls. You know that most, most of the things are kind of working in their way in, perhaps. Oh, and, the worst thing that you could possibly, but also most likely thing that you're going to find around a bunch of, well, unburied dead.
Mm-hmm.
Those things called neckers.
Yeah.
Did you say they're just like neckties lying around? Like
Oh,
undangerous?
no.
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 Oh,
no.
okay.
Are there any? Okay, this is bad. This is bad. This is very, very bad. Two things are going through Kaderan's mind right now. One, I should have found a way to bring Brenna here. Two, give me 2 seconds.
Yep. Which is
I think that's the panic part where he's like, "Oh no!" When does Brenna get onto the deck? That's all I want to know for later.
we're in about a few minutes. We'll come back to that.
No, I just wonder how long she stays hiding.
So,
Yeah, you hear what you're pretty sure is probably neckers.
so first thing is, wish Brenna was here. Second is, do I see any looters?
No. You see no looters. And if you get any closer, well, you don't know because you aren't going inside the building.
Not yet.
You don't see a lot of bodies on the ground.
Yeah. Any of them in armor? So mostly mages. Ah, boy. Okay. Let's go then. I will make sure that I have my staff with me. So summon staff. Right. And well, there weren't any looters earlier. Now there's one.
Mm-hmm.
Because if this place is fading, it's only a question of time before someone eventually makes their way in and starts looting everything. I may be responsible for the destruction of Banard. I would rather not also be responsible for the disappearance of countless years of research into magical phenomena. And I figure there are, hopefully, fingers crossed, telecommunicators in there so I can warn the others where I am and what's happening. And or a way to open a standing portal to get everyone in here so we can just pack everything, then bring it all into our carriages and make sure that this stays safe with us forever.
Hold that thought. Brenna,
Yeah.
you've had your emotional moment.
Yeah, she did.
You're walking back
By
out
herself.
on deck.
No one was there to see it. I think she walks on deck with one of her bags. And just a dour expression on her face. But keeping it together, she already got out some of the emotion. But she walks up on deck. She's not happy. But she's calm and composed.
How long do we have before we have to leave? Before we're docking, you know what I mean? Before
Maybe
we have
got
to
2
get out.
hours before you dock fully. I mean, you've begun pulling in and all.
And she's definitely dressed in her Witcher garb rather than her lady's garb. When she said she was going to go down and get, dressed for landing. But her hair is really nice.
Yanta's going to come over with in that kind of posture that a servant has. Pardon me, mistress.
Yes, Alfred.
It's, Albert, mum, but it's all right.
Albert. Yes. Sorry.
How do you need I noticed you did not have a lady's maid with you when you came traveling. Do you need help?
Very conflicted emotion crosses her face.
While your driver's working on your carriage, I could help if you needed it.
Do you know how to sew?
Yep. More or less, yeah.
She just walks over to the carriage and opens up the bag and with shame shows what she tried to fix on the dress.
Oh.
It started fraying as I made it very much worse. And
well, all right. If you wouldn't mind, milady, would you take me back to your quarters so I could get to work on this?
Yes, but you can't make it any worse than I have already made it. This was from Eleanor. And she just takes it and goes back down.
So this will be a fine arts roll because crafting of things that are not armor, et cetera, is a fine arts.
Mm-hmm.
So he's gonna fine arts this.
He's gonna sulk with shame in the corner.
Yeah, yeah. And he's gonna just sort of do a little sewing. Before he left, he made sure that Ardza was not gonna freak out. So Ardza wasn't freaking out. He was writing, okay, so it's gonna be no yelling, all right. And he goes, it's not so bad. I roll a 14.
Terrible.
I mean, you've repaired it, but you're not a master tailor.
No.
Anyone with it's fixed, but a tailor would notice the repairs, and perhaps someone of a true fashionista might, but the general population won't comment.
All right.
I do have a second dress. I just don't like it as much as I like this one.
It's all right. There might be a little bit something we could do with styling. Put this on and we'll see what we can do. Maybe a bit of a sash or something. Do you see them dwarves is all dressed up all fine and fancy like? So probably you should be dressing all fine and fancy as well.
I should probably wear that as a dress, is what you're saying.
No. Let's see what we can do with this one, yeah?
All right.
Sometimes it's just in the styling.
Put it on.
Now, I will use some grooming and styling on this one.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to use all 7 of my luck.
What?
Yes. Because I feel like the repair job is okay, serviceable, but maybe with a little bit of setup, we can make her look absolutely fabulous. A 38.
Oh my god.
I may not be a master tailor, but I know how to dress people.
You do know how to dress people. And you realize looking through her collection of things, she has the jewelry, she has the makeup, she has all of the individual pieces. She doesn't use them all the time. There's enough wear in them that they have been used a little bit. You're pretty sure somebody else may have helped her with that when she did use them.
Mm-hmm.
To an extent. But she can dress herself to but
Outfits were put together and pointed out, and then
Yes.
she has gone through those different combinations.
She doesn't have improvisational skills. It's fine. We will get her looking.
But
She has
Perfectly
I will say,
appropriate.
grooming and style is her best empathy skill with a +10 total.
Ooh, nice.
Instead of a base of, 3 or 6.
So,
Lady on travel, I want her to look right so that people will not notice any kind of seam work, but be like, oh,
yeah.
here's a fancy lady.
Yes, still a fancy lady, still very,
Traveling.
Traveling. You are, Brenna is now Kate Middleton getting off a plane, level of,
That's the look I'm going for.
You're like, you were on a plane for 12 hours? Stop and be a normal human.
No, none of that. And I think it'll be one of these things where, he puts you in the dress and he's like, okay, and he goes through your other pieces to figure out like how best to accessorize and put things together.
Purple, black, and silver. All of them.
And he does your makeup, right? And he just like kind of sits there and he just like does your makeup for you. As he's like, it's like there's a lot of like detail work that he does. He's a very detail-oriented person in many ways. It's that practice paranoia, I suppose. And it's just this sort of like, and he'll make sure that your hair, like anything that might be like anything to get your hair perfect, it's just like a very like because you have maybe 2 hours, so he'll just spend some time with you there, making sure that everything is perfect.
And she's very quiet during all of it. She's probably the most pliable you've seen her. Be like, do this, and she's like, okay, and just no argument, no questioning, which has not been your typical Bryn experience probably for the most part. And then afterwards she says, thank you.
No worries. If there's something I know, it's how to make somebody look, nice.
I only have a little bit of practice at that. So usually
well,
Eleanor would help me.
Yeah, well, I
big
bet she will
events.
again. And well, she will. Oh, what's that look?
Sure.
She's not anywhere. She's probably just in Iden, Why wouldn't she be? Oh, I know you're worried about her, no, but she'll be all right. She's smart. She's capable. So
Well, we'll have to see.
yeah. You're pretty bold yourself, Fearless. You look all nice and everything in this
I
outfit.
don't know about fearless.
Well, or brazen perhaps is better.
Perhaps.
Yeah, you seem to be all very comfortable in a nice dress like this, or even just, in your skivvies jumping off a boat. In front of the entire crew.
I wasn't going to jump in with all my gear.
Well, yeah, of course, makes sense to me. Yeah, but some people are a bit delicate and they wouldn't do such a thing.
You delicacies? No, such as food. Delicate nature is that doesn't survive through Witcher school.
Well,
That's not exactly.
it's probably true. Yeah. That
a lot of Witchers you would say modesty. What is that?
it's a thing that people use to make themselves feel like they're fancier than other people. That's what that is. Yeah, that fight with that Brookser did a number on you, didn't it?
Looks at full HP. Not. I barely got a scratch.
Oh, it looked like she got real bruised up to me.
Oh, that was that's from earlier. From
When?
Bettina. In Bettina?
I don't remember. I might have missed something, but I don't remember a huge fight. Although you could have had one when I was out.
It wasn't from a fight.
And what was it?
Just a little bit of color coming into her face. Just a little bit.
As it's just like adjusting things here or there on your outfit.
Honeymoon?
Oh, well. All right then. I hope you enjoyed yourself.
Yes. I quite did.
Well, all right. Now I know I can give you better recommendations.
I don't need recommend. You want me to broaden my horizons, don't you?
Yes, I do. I feel like it's good for you.
I heard everything that you said. It was right next door. It's not quiet.
All right, we'll have to work on that one next time.
I mean, you had just said people could be listening. It was me. I was the people.
Yeah.
And that's a little bit of a playfulness to her.
Yeah. It's what I try to tell people. People are listening all the time. So, yeah, well, all right, now I can make you better recommendations then.
Don't need recommendations.
Oh, I've got people who's real skilled. I'd like to ask a question out of character. Those bruises,
Certainly. Yeah.
were any of them near the kidneys or on the no-go spaces that one should not be flogging people?
Well, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know people who's a bit more professional than what you got going on there.
Define more professional.
Well, who knows what they're doing better? Your fella don't know what he's doing very much. I mean, he's, could be a lot better.
Makes you say that.
Well,
mean, you- See him.
no, but I
I
seen
mean,
the
she's looking at
bruises.
her face like, "Did you? Were you watching?" That's creepy. But she
No.
doesn't. She doesn't say anything. She just has like a wait, like a momentary, like,
No, but I seen the bruises.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the good places and bad places. It's somebody, and that's you got some in the bad places. So looks like he could have some training. But anyway, the point is, I know some people who's very good at what they do. They know exactly what they're doing, and I could introduce you. Know people all over, actually.
Well, I don't know if we'll have time for that because we've been in, Bellhaven. We're not stopping here really for long. And we're in
No.
Bellhaven. Kadan said he needed access to an alchemy lab.
Oh, yeah.
There was one at the house there.
Well, all right. I mean, I might know.
So I imagine
something.
that is going to take up probably the times that we have.
I'm
in
not saying right
Bellhaven.
now. I'm just telling you, I got connections and all. So, when we got some time, if we're in the right places, yeah, I could introduce you to somebody who knows a thing or two.
I appreciate your concern, but I don't think we'll have the time.
Well, we've got an entire trip to Morocco and back. We've got a lot of time. I'm just saying, here's the thing. Kidneys is a no-go. There's a bunch of places you shouldn't be hitting somebody. Not good long term. Also not going to be as effective as for what you want and all that. So there are people that actually know what they're doing. They'll make it better, I swear. Not today, not when we're in Bellhaven, Beauclair. Either of those two places. Clearly, we got to travel and all that. We're in the middle of what do you call it? It's a BM after us and all that. We need to get some big D so we can fight the BM. But point being, when we get a little bit of time, I can send you some recommendations. And I think you might enjoy yourself a bit more, and it'll certainly be safer. And you might learn a thing or two you can bring back home and all that if you're still married to the fella.
She looks like she's gonna say something, but she stops herself. She goes, "We'll see."
Just putting it out there as an option. Look, the point is, I'm a resource. Can't do much, but I know people.
You do seem to know a lot of people.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, do you know where Kaden is?
It's probably in his room.
I haven't seen him.
Well,
I don't
should
hear
go
any
check.
movement from next door, so this is why. The walls here are not very thick. I mean,
Oh, well, maybe he's sleeping. You maybe should go in there and check.
fine. I mean, we are about to land, so.
Well, yeah, you should probably go check and see,
Yeah.
if he's got his shirt on or for something.
Cadarn, you are approaching Bernard in the building. You do not see anything dangerous beyond a few vultures at the moment.
All the dangerous things are invisible right now.
I know what you're talking about.
Well, you haven't rolled the awareness since you've gotten closer to actually walking up the steps, which are cracked. You can definitely see the signs of You are melted. See a couple shadows on the wall where somebody was.
Vaporized.
Yeah. The door gone. One side, large wooden door hangs off its hinges. The other is just busted in by. You do not see a number. The number of bodies you see is low.
People are missing. In his mind, those people are the ones that were lucky enough to leave.
You roll me awareness.
I'm definitely putting 1 point of luck in there
You guys still have 3 from chat.
for a
20.
20.
Another 20 on your awareness. Very consistent awareness.
I'm yeah, if anything, I am consistent.
You see signs of fighting, but you also see signs that people were disturbed. Meals left unattended. Common rooms. Books strewn about. But staves left lying near on the ground, near places and tables. No bodies next to them.
Hmm.
Doesn't
Any
look like
one of
any...
them
Hmm?
any one of them look older. Like, actually, I would probably recognize a bunch of them. Any one of them look like professors.
A number of them do. You mean the staves or the bodies?
The bodies.
The bodies? No. Well, a couple. 2. But
What are their wounds?
you see ice and swords. You also see a few that are just frozen solid in place. Lightning strikes. A mix of magical and blade.
Nice. Not nice. Okay. Um
2 are kind of impaled on the walls through giant spikes of ice. That
I
one of them is a professor you recognize.
was it a professor I enjoyed?
You didn't enjoy being in his class at the time because he was a very demanding person, but at the same time he treated everybody like that, so you respected him for that level of no shits given, hard-assness.
Then I will Catfin's grasp my sword
Mm-hmm.
and let me just make a spellcasting check real quick. Piece of shit game. I fumbled by 5, so I think the spell goes off anyway.
The spell still goes off. You just take 5 points of damage.
Yeah, oh, go fuck yeah.
I mean, you're a little emotional right now, I would say.
Yes.
And we all know that channeling chaos when you're in an emotional state is...
Well, I think fire is the right element for the state I'm in right now. But and with the blade on fire, for the next
1d10 rounds.
1d6 rounds. Oh, that doesn't roll the round. Sure, I'll roll a d6. Okay, the next 2 rounds.
Yeah.
I will use it to try to cut/melt the ice spike
Mm-hmm.
that is impaling that professor.
That you can do. Well, 2d6, you roll the fire damage. And then roll the damage from the weapon. Roll the damage from the weapon again and roll fire damage again. Oh, no, you rolled the fire damage once. Roll 2 fire damage. Roll a total of 2 fire damage and 2 weapon damage.
So fire, that's 13.
Huh.
And then
weapons too.
Elven Messer.
Yeah, you can break
That's
through it.
31
It will
total.
take. There's a brief moment of hesitation, and then you hear the ice shatter as you strike down with force, and the whole thing breaks. And the professor falls.
Good. Well, not good, but best you can do. All right. Knowing that this place is probably a battlefield, I don't really have time to, not right now anyway, to put people together and everything. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to head to a location in Banard where I know I could reliably find.
You want that telecommunicator?
No, a standing portal, I guess. But like not the spell, like an actual. I don't know if Banard actually had
No, I can see
full-fledged
Banard.
portals.
I can see Banard having one, a permanent portal, because they do stupid shit with magic all the time. So just having a permanent portal that they left in a ritual room because they wanted to easy access the ritual room. Fuck yeah, they did that.
So I want to make sure, I want to see the state of the room and the state of the portal first. In his mind, what he's going to do is, if the portal is functional, I'm gonna find a way to reach out to Brenna, Yanto, and Arzo. Pop them all here. Start ferrying stuff. Then we're gonna pile on the bodies, burn them to avoid any other necrophages, and probably leave some sort of message behind. And then get the fuck out and never come back.
So you can find this room easily. Roll me the D100.
Yes. Also, I realized telecommunication is not exactly what I'm looking for. 25.
The standing portal is functional but off. And as you walk in this room, it was not used. The door is locked.
Okay, but it is the door is still locked though.
Yes.
Okay, I need to try to unlock that door. Is there?
You know how Yanto opens doors, and you know how Brenna opens doors. So
That's cool.
you have
You're on the other
two
side of that
options.
portal.
But you have like 2 options of inspiration. Is what I'm saying.
You also have 3 points of luck.
Remember, it's the
From chat.
kiss or the slap.
Smooch
lock
or
pick,
slap. Smooch or slap.
Smooch or slap. Smooch or slap. Also, pick or pike.
Dash.
yeah, you know, just
Smooch or slap, pick or bash.
yeah.
All right then. I will. Pick or slash? I don't have anything to pick locks. Oh boy. All right, here goes. Catlin's grass. Catlin's
Or,
grass
you know.
on the lock. Because it superheats it.
Yeah, and then pop it.
So yeah, I'm just, you know.
If the spell goes off, this will happen.
That's a whole third option. That's also fine. You know,
Zip your energy, it's fine.
24.
The spell heats and you can hear the mechanisms in the lock seize, and you've done smithing, so you can kind of control this in a way so you know what you're trying to do in a minute fashion, and then the lock mechanism melts out and you can just put a little bit of force, not a lot, like just enough to, but the lock pops out, the door swings free
Mm-hmm.
into this circular ritual room. Slightly raised circular dais in the middle, off to one side and kind of like off another kind of semicircle alcove off to the right. You see the structure for the standing portal, the permanent standing portal in place. You know that all you would have to do is activate it and it won't draw on your magic in the same manner.
Mm-hmm.
Because it draws from its own magic. Because permanent standing portals are dope as fuck. They're also dangerous as fuck. Because you don't know where all of them are.
Yeah, because I don't know where this one is going to.
Well, no, you know that if you activate it, you can send the standing portal anywhere that you want it to. The permanent connections, you don't know where the other permanent ones are, all of them. This is why Philippa finds one in a random mine, and you're like, okay, sure. You're using this to spy on everybody because you're Philippa frickin' Everhart.
All right, so I need to send a message to the group. All right, so I'm going to open the portal to let me check how big it is. Standing portals are
8 feet in diameter. Well, 8 feet depending on how you want to do it.
yeah, so they probably will not fit into the
No, we can tweak it. I want to see this because I have a perfect image in mind and I want this to happen.
because I wanted it to open up inside one of the carriage.
In the carriage? Because I have an even better image in my head.
Where?
In the cabin with the door that Brenda's about to open.
Oh, that works. I thought the ship had completely left as well.
No, the ship was docking, in docking procedures. So you weren't 100% docked. That's why Brenna and Yanto were designing Brenna's outfit and that whole bit.
Mm-hmm.
So Brenna's knocking on your door. I need you to roll the spell casting, and if you succeed on the spell, this happens.
Sit down.
One
20.
day.
You hear the slight sound of whooshing air behind the door, Brenna.
He teleported again. And I opened the door.
And you open the door, and you see... I think that Brenna, as a witcher, would be familiar with the sight of a standing portal.
Probably, yeah. That's probably how certain mages got to and from the cat school.
Yeah,
to
probably.
do experiments.
Probably. But I don't know how much you would have used one, but you've definitely seen it. You know what it looks
Yeah,
like.
I don't know if she's used one. Well, probably once or twice for experiments that they didn't want to do at the lab at the cat
Yeah.
school, but not very often.
But not
A few
very
times, handful of times. Yeah.
Yep.
Ah. Albert.
You're muted.
I poke my head out of Brenna's room.
You see a different location.
Is it
Or if you look
in?
through the portal.
Is
It's
it?
in the room.
So I haven't seen it yet. 'Cause
Okay.
It's in. So I just see you standing in front of his.
I
is
think.
it-
And do I see
he-
Kadarn through the portal?
Yes, on the other side of the standing portal, yes, you see Kadarn. And a room in circular stone.
But are you coming out or are we coming in?
What,
It's like
what,
she just
Everyone,
asks.
you're coming in. I need all of your help immediately.
Mistress, what you looking at over there? Is he?
I just grab and
Oh,
We're gonna go with Ardzo
let me
Hurd.
get my sword.
Yes,
She's
get-
She like
I'll get him.
swaps. Yeah.
what is that?
Albert,
Standing portal.
Albert, before
Yeah.
you leave,
Yeah,
grab any bags you have.
all right,
Pillowcases off of the shit. Anything.
all right. Okay, I will. I'm gonna go get Zerdzo.
And I think she's just gotten all dressed up, but if he's standing portaling, which something she hasn't seen him doing from somewhere, and it's like, we need everyone, she's like, fucking just takes the dress off.
Wait, I'll get the back. We've got under the laces.
Ugh,
Don't want to ruin it.
quickly, just laces off,
Oh, all right.
leaves
okay.
it on the room, quickly just over, like, whatever clothes, cloak, swords. She doesn't put the swords on,
I'll go
and
get
then grabs
Zerdzo.
her empty suitcase because she was gonna stuff it full of her dresses and stuff. And all right, perhaps Zerdzo should stay here to get our things off of the boat in case we take longer than the boat has to dock. But we'll let him know. Here's a note, Zerdzo, please take our things to this inn or whatever if
So-
you're not back.
So, you're leaving Ardzo with the carriages. What are you doing with Kerwin?
'Cause right now, Yanto's like,
Putting
"But
him
we've
in a
got-"
carriage.
Well, I suppose you can have
You
if you have
can
if you
sleep
have
in here.
Ardzo and Carowin in the same space, then nobody's left alone.
Yeah. Ardzo and Carwin together with the carriages and stuff.
Can I make a roll?
We're not taking him to wherever
What role do you want to make?
commitment is.
I would like, because I can do this once per session, I would like to make a go to ground roll. And that will see if I have what kind of a hideout I have in the area.
Oh, for an address to have him take the stuff to in case we're not back by the time
in case there are problems, like, you know, a
Because we might
secret
not
place.
get back by the time the thing is docked and everything's unloaded. If so, Arzo can take care of that stuff, and then we can meet
I rolled
him at that place.
23. So I will
It's in, you know,
because I have a bunch of different costs that I can go build up, but so I can get a pretty good.
yeah, you
yeah.
have, with this, I would say,
Because that means I can get a place that's in the area with an alchemy set, and some
Yeah.
guards.
you have a small estate that a dowager left you. She was a long-term client who was not actually there to sleep with Yanto at the brothel, but just actually came once a week for tea.
Hey, that's a great time. That's a great time.
And she fully embraced leaving you her dower house just
Nice.
to piss off her relatives who thought that they would get it.
Nice.
And because they would complained about her having her young elven lover, and she's like, I thought I raised my children to be more intelligent, and they can't even tell when I'm not fucking this guy. I'm fucking 4 other men, and not this one. And so, like, that's her entire rant. There was an entire rant when she left this to you. And
yeah,
half of the rant was recreated in the will, so her children knew exactly why you were getting this house. It's because they were not intelligent enough to understand that you were not the affair, you were just the friend.
right. Yeah, and I'll take those perks with like food and water, alchemy set, all that goodness.
Yeah, you have all of the perks you want.
Because I rolled well. So I'm going to not say it out loud because I don't trust anything. But I'm going to write down where it is and the information so that they'll get access to it. And I will give that to Zerdzo so that he and Carwin can ride in the carriage to that safe place. And I'm just going to say I will tell Zerdzo, boy, just in case, well, I don't know exactly how this scrying thing works, but maybe just shut the carriage and everything so that if they're scrying on you, that they can't, like all the windows and all that, like make sure everything's drawn so that, and keep it going inside so that if somebody's gonna be scrying on, they won't know where he is. Yeah. And so do that so that, because I don't want all the mages running around finding out exactly where. I'll make sure that you stay inside and, in rooms with no identifying markers. There's food there. All right. Yep. And there's some guards there, and this is all information you need to know. Here you go.
So.
And he'll come back.
And the nice thing about this is, because it's a permanent standing portal, Kadarin isn't responsible for the stamina to keep it open.
Bit worried, but it's fine. Yep. It's fine. I'm not. Yep.
So the three of you are at Banard, and Arzo and Carwin are on the.
Brenna's like, I have no idea where we are.
Yeah, I don't know.
Just walks through the portal.
Brenna, you would recognize a ritual room. You recognize ritual rooms.
Yeah. Alright, so we are in a ritual room there.
Look up bags.
Welcome to Banard.
All right.
So here's what's happening. The BM was right. And this is my doing. And as I say that, I open the door to like the rest of the school.
So we're here to loot. That's why
so
you have
they can
wanted
see.
the bags.
It's not looting, it's safeguarding. Safeguarding everything that I am responsible for the destruction of.
I'm like, okay, danger. Like, ping, ping, I'm like, okay, let me just
Let
look.
me guess,
like, get to danger
Nekos?
space.
Necrophages?
You can definitely,
Necrophages.
Brenna, you can definitely hear Neckers and various other necrophages around, but they're slightly distant. You hear like, a couple wargs.
And they're probably busy eating.
Yanto,
They're less dangerous when they're eating.
Yeah, they're
Because
less
they're not
dangerous.
focused on you.
Yanto, you take that moment of like, oh, well, this is great. There's no one else alive in the building. And there's no traps that you can currently sense in your general area. Like, there might be other individual mages in their own quarters might have trapped their own quarters, but that's not anywhere near where you are. Practice paranoia is... There's nothing to be paranoid about at the moment.
So, I'm guessing they're all grabbing things, and I'm here to kill any things that gets in the way.
That's basically it, yeah.
Alright, let's move.
Oh, all right. Oh, all right.
Pulls out the sword, just has it ready, and like
Puts
grabs
his-
a bag in the other hand.
Puts his hand on Kadarin's shoulder. Are you all right? Also, it's not exactly your fault. I mean, the Wild Thornberries did this, yeah? We should maybe give them some of the blame, yeah?
I called him here.
Well, I mean, they chose to show up and do whatever this is.
Yes.
So, I mean, you didn't, just... I'll get you a drink when we get back, yeah?
Yeah, I think I'll need it.
As you say
Alright.
that, you walk by, you realize that in this hallway, there's just a low table with like bottles sitting on it. Half
I'll
of
just
them-
take one.
you know, welcome to Banard. There is alcohol within 10 feet at all times.
I'm gonna look for
Because-
something expensive looking. Just take that. I mean, I know we're here to get like important things, and I feel like expensive alcohol is one of them important things.
There are a number of very nice, very fine vintage.
Take 2. One for later. You know, we can always leave them behind if we don't have space. But I mean, you know, just to. And he goes, oh, wait a minute, this portal thing. Can we just like load everything up right by the portal and then just move them through?
We could, but you know, as we're doing all that, people on the other end, they're gonna see all of that.
So
Well-
here's my very important question. Do you leave the portal up while you're looting the fuck out of Banard?
No, I am closing it.
So, I mean, we could just open it up in like somebody's house, you know what I mean? Then just like put everything in it. By somebody, I mean like your house, you know, a place like that.
You have a house?
I mean, you gotta live somewhere. Where you live? Adair, probably.
I mean, I didn't have a house until, well, like, own a house.
We probably had a room in a witch's school, right? I mean, we've got.
I don't count that. That is, it is not my room. It is a room, and witches can stay there if they're in the area.
Or we could just bring it to the Castle Martina. I mean, look, we could just open up this.
We could keep things in Medina.
Just,
That's an option if you want a storage area.
yeah. I mean,
Need
I
space.
personally wouldn't put it in Martina. I'd put it somewhere more secure than that nobody knows about because, you know. Well, picks up a thing. What we're looking to pick up anyway?
I think
Besides
mostly
this-
paperwork.
Oh.
Books.
Oi, do you think that dagger's still here? And what else will be in this BM's room anyway?
I don't want to go in his room. Not at first.
All right, but I think we should definitely do it.
If he knew that this has already happened, he's probably already gone through and taken his first pick of everything.
Unless he's too
Probably.
arrogant to think he needs anything. Maybe left something behind. We could, you know, learn
There's
something
other
about him.
things of interest to us that may not be of interest to him. So, let's grab things.
All right, I've never been here.
And then
Either way.
you lead. Oh, well, I'll walk in front. You point out things.
Yeah, like, tell us where you had that big old orgy. Was it like in the grand ballroom or what? Lighten the mood. That's all.
Show
It's a
you
bit of a
later.
joke. It was just a
If we
bit
happen
of
to
a
pass
joke.
by, I guess you can point it out.
Yeah, we passed by. Anyway, look, a bit of levity. We got whatever that sound was. What was that sound?
A necker.
All right, great. What do I need to know about him? Do I just need to?
Don't get near them.
Great.
So otherwise, there's looking at like the bodies that haven't been eaten here. So there's they should be plenty occupied and busy. We shouldn't have to worry about them terribly much.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
They're
Uh,
eating human corpses. She looks at Yanto in case he just didn't know.
Does
Uh,
that-
Attracted them here.
Does that mean that we're safe?
As long as we don't disturb them.
Because we're not human, we're elves.
No, well, no, humanoid. Zakarian eaters.
Okay.
With a
Yeah.
flavor palette of us.
Well, I'm just going to stand right next to Kadan.
Good plan.
Yep. Ooh.
So this leads to my next question. Brenna, roll me awareness.
I will do so. Do-do-do-do.
Worrisome.
23.
Looking around and taking in the general size of this keep, tower, conglomeration, building,
Mm-hmm.
there are too few bodies and not enough trail marks or like they're not enough there are not enough Neckers inside to amount for the number of bodies that
Yeah,
should
that
be
aren't
here,
here.
given the size.
She
of-
figures it's probably the wild thornberries because they like to capture people.
Or people escaped.
But you know that they're more likely to have
Captured them, yeah. She's not a super optimist. So, yeah. Yeah, but she just makes note and is like, oh, well, at least they're not getting eaten by Neckers. She's not sure which is worse, but she knows that she's going to kill, their captors, so maybe that'll help eventually, one day.
Yanto's just assessing because he's never been to the school before. So having never been there before, he's scoping out the place.
It's looks like when it's not,
Wrecked.
it was a very fun, pleasant, pretty. There's a lot of alcohol. There's also a lot of, you can get just the faint scent of like various smoked things.
How many
Perfumes?
How many bear-skinned rugs are there?
A few, but more like wolves and a couple of wards.
Yeah.
It's just location.
Yeah. Of course. I imagine a lot of nice, pleasant chairs that you can lounge in, like divans and so. I mean, imagine if they had bean bags, they would have bean bags. But it's
There is a beaded curtain off to one
Absolutely.
side.
Yes.
But as you make your way through Banard, towards the libraries, I'm assuming, and various offices, that's where we're gonna end for tonight.
Oh,
Ooh.
because Yanto knows some mages. He knows 2 of them, and they studied here. So,
Brenna's met plenty of people who studied here.
Yep. You've met at least 2 that you can confirm. Perhaps 5.
Well, I'm like, aside from Kadarn and Javik,
Javik.
Yes, exactly.
And two
there's
sets of this-
others.
Mhm.
Whatever.
This is where they studied, so that's
Probably.
interesting.
So,
I mean, they weren't sorceresses, so they were from Aretusa. She wasn't friends with them. She just, dealt with them.
What does that mean?
They had feelings.
Interesting. Brenna, International Woman of Mystery.
so, are we feeling okay? We doing all right?
Want to loot more. We
We're gonna go through and look.
Yeah, I'm not, by the way, I'm not doing this to like loot stuff and have all the spells and all the shit.
Just so that bad guys don't get them. Like you want to move this
I'm-
stuff somewhere safe.
Exactly. Like,
Yeah.
will Kadarn like use that to learn some spells as he levels up? Yeah, sure. He's going to want to get, like standing portal and other spells. But like, I'm not doing this to like loot the dead and shit.
Brenna doesn't care.
Yanto
No,
also
it's just
doesn't.
like,
I'm
all
saying
right,
out of game.
everybody's
Yeah,
dead.
yeah,
Loot.
Yanto's just like, wow, I
Brenna
just went
wouldn't
through a
judge you.
standing portal. That's like, wow. Like, and he's like, oh, I've never done that before. Weird. That's a weird sensation.
Brenna's just like, okay, we're looting this college that you led destruction to. That's fine. I'm not gonna judge you. I'm just here to help and kill stuff if it comes necessary.
Yanto's a thief, so he certainly will not judge you for it. But he's just
You're
sort
in
of like,
the judgment-free zone here.
yeah, we don't judge you for things like that. You want to loot all the dead bodies? That's cool.
Yeah.
He's just like, are there traps?
Brenna's
Are there
just like,
traps? That's
I'll kill things if they get in our way. Like
And
you're
Yan-
like, we need that necklace off that guy that Necker's eating. She'll be like, all right, kill that Necker.
And
Yeah,
Yanto's
I
like,
mean-
oh, I have friends who went here. Wonder what this is like. Oh, wonder where they studied. Jake, did they hang out here in this room to like do their studies? Oh, there are Neckers there. Not that room. Okay. It just, this is getting to learn
Hmm.
about people, really. And
So-
he might need to know it later when if he pretends to be somebody who was at Banard at one point in time as like a worker or something. You just need to know things.
Mm-hmm. We'll come back to
Also,
that.
Also, he's never been to a school before, so this is pretty awesome. Like, you know,
Oh,
it's interesting.
Yeah, you see it after
It's
it's been
very different than
confirmed.
the Witcher schools.
Yeah, and you know, you probably don't like. It'll be interesting, but we will go around in the opposite order, and we will let everybody tell you all of the good things, share all the love, and share one thing you, as a character, are intrigued that you might find as you loot the fuck out of Banard next time, which will not be next week.
Correct. Yes.
We'll come back to that point. I have a bunch of points about that, but I'll do that, all that.
So who's first? Not me. I'm last. First and last
Darren,
out.
because Kadarin showed up late.
Yeah.
Hi. Sorry about that. Needed to send a message to
Yeah,
Deirdre.
but that's not the effect. That's not affecting that. But you sent it to everybody.
We all saw it. We saw that really.
We did.
I
I
can't
see
believe
it.
you just
It's
said that
right
embarrassing
there.
thing right
Wow.
there in the. Wow.
Wow.
It's okay.
In
I
the
can't
Zoom
talk
chat?
about it yet,
Wow.
and I can't
Wow.
talk about that
Oh
yet.
my
but I want to
gosh,
talk
I
about
can't
that so
believe you.
much, Simon. God,
There's
you
like
don't
a-
understand how much I've been biting my tongue about
Now,
It seems
now
so filthy.
everyone knows about the fact that I do ERP on the side.
I
During
mean,
the
I knew.
games.
So
that. I mean,
Yeah,
we
I
all
just-
know you play ESO, so
I know I'm just in that big D that you put in that comment right there.
yeah,
That DA, whatever. Just big one. Like I was like
with the N in front of it, the big ol'
NDA.
NDA.
So, I'm Simon at Wandering DM. Thank you for having me tonight. Sorry I was late. I want to give my love to, first of all, to Billy, who's not there, but
Yeah.
if only for that magnificent face he made when he joined the game earlier.
it's like,
That
wait,
was-
what?
That was awesome. Also to Yonto this week for polishing of the boots, but also I think like the more conversations we have together, the more I think I'm getting through to Yonto.
What?
Like maybe.
Maybe.
And then I didn't really see much of Brenna so far, but she's a inoffensive little cat, so
Just an
like, she-
innocent,
she can't-
innocent cat.
she can't do any wrong.
No.
Also as a
Yeah.
Witcher, she's fairly what's the opposite of dangerous? Safe.
I mean, I
True.
just want to
Brain.
point out that
Facts.
Lindy has a cat, Scruffy, who attacks things on the porch all the time. So I feel like
Yep.
cats can be
Oh, shit.
dangerous.
Okay. Well, on that though, you'll be able to find me maybe Friday because we have a charity one shot of the Dresden Files. But it might not happen because some of our players are in the middle of the storm right now and may not get any power until after the game.
Mhm.
So we'll keep you up to date for that. On Saturday, I have Scion. And then on Sunday, if you want to see something very fun, lots of surprises actually. Got one earlier today that I posted about on Twitter, but Sunday for Halloween is the horror twofer for charity. So we're going to play two horror games, two vastly different horror games. The first one in the afternoon at 2:30 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Eastern, sorry, is going to be Haunted West by Chris Spivey. But right before we play a Haunted West, Chris is coming by on my channel to talk about Haunted West, historical games, all the research that went into making this game as historically accurate as possible. If you take out the zombies and the horror and the monsters that did not exist, but everything else is, and you know how important games like this, like Haunted West, are for everyone. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about like him as a designer and what he does and where he came from and blah blah blah, all the fun stuff. And then we're going to play his game, Haunted West. And then we're going to take a break And then we're going to play They Came From Beneath the Sea, which is a 1950s B-movie horror game that I had lots of fun building the characters and the mechanics and all of that. And we're going to have a bunch of giveaways from Die Hard Dice, from Onyx Path, from Darker Hue Studios. So you'll have a chance to get your hands on those PDFs of those games. And give money to races. I always forget the Refugee and Immigrant Center for Education and Law Services in Texas, which is very important cause. We're doing this as part of Anino's October's birthday month campaign of raising money for charity. And these games on Sunday will be the very last push. Gonna have more to announce on Sunday, but I'm keeping a mouth shut on anything and everything, partly because some things I'm not quite sure on the exact dates, and some others just because I want to shove everything in your face at once. That's enough for me.
Well, I feel a particular song running through my head. It goes from a very 1950s set musical, large group number. It's about summer. Just saying. Fuck, tell me more. But next up, hey Lindy, how are you? How is Brenna doing after that number of awkward conversations with her brother revolving around her sex life with her
conversations. Yeah, a lot of
He doesn't find them awkward.
Interesting
That's
conversations.
Okay. Sometimes people might be on both sides.
Yeah. She's had a lot of weird feelings on this the back half of this ferry ride. People have been saying not very nice things about her husband. They want her to broaden her horizons, but they don't really, know much about her. They might know a little bit more now, and in a slightly awkward way that it came up. Awkward for her, at the very least. And there's just certain things that Ianto doesn't know that it's probably good. It's probably a good thing he doesn't know. Yeah, but they're probably going to come out eventually, and Brenna's going to be like, well, oops. I'm excited to see what happens. And also, she was a mess, and they did have a sweet moment where he was fixing her up, and that was cute, and then she had to take it all back and get ready to witch her, so, it's fine. It's fine. Something she's interested in finding at Bernard or seeing. I guess she's kind of curious, based on conversations that have been had recently, about any Witcher information.
Okay.
Witcher information, mutagens, that kind of thing. Because, mages did make Witchers. And, all their top secret stuff that's under wraps is not exactly guarded at the moment by mages. So, maybe there'll be something interesting or applicable, or, who knows? That's probably kind of on her mind. And, whatever magical trinkets and stuff that Kadarin finds, maybe some anti-scrying stuff to make Ianto feel better. Who knows? Yeah, that's what Brenna's interested in. Awkward, but ready to murder things here if necessary and find things. It's looting. She's ready to loot. She doesn't loot often, but she's ready to loot. You could find me not looting things typically online at Laugh Love Lindy. You can find me next on Friday on Trooper's channel for some City of Light and Shadow. Whoa, it's gonna be a time. My character is very stressed out, and I don't know how she's gonna relieve that stress. It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be really bad, but yeah, can't wait. And then on Monday and Tuesday, you can find me on my own channel doing things. And on Sunday, you can find me back here again on Praxis channel for Romance of the Blue Rose. Not this Sunday, Nope, 'cause
Sunday's
it's
Halloween.
Sunday's Halloween. You can find me this Sunday on Simon's channel. They came from the deep one shot. I knew I was a little discombobulated there. I'll be playing a character there, and it's gonna be super fun. And then next Sunday.
Did you fill out your sheet?
No, because I'm the worst, Simon. Because I'm the worst, and the hotel Wi-Fi was really shitty. And then I got home and
Do
got
it.
distracted. I'm gonna
That's fine.
tomorrow.
It'll be fine.
tomorrow.
It'll
be done tomorrow.
fine. And then last but never least, hey Trooper, how are you? How's life going for Yanto?
Oh, Yanto is like, found his dad, and his dad did not abandon him as he always mostly believed, although was worried might have done. But so that's great. His dad's not dead. His dad doesn't hate him, so that's great. He needs to make sure his dad can get somewhere safe. Where is a good question. If they could find a Demeridium ring, a big D, maybe you could give him to his dad so his dad won't be chased by the BM, So that's, he's just hoping he can do something to keep his dad safe. And then, he's not really thinking, he's got a lot on his mind, so he's not worried about the other stuff he's going to be worried about really soon, as soon as he gets a little bit extra time. But that's different. You can, I'm Trooper SJP, you can find me on my channel on Friday, for the City of Light and Shadow. Little red dot took a fate point, so she will not be at the church with everybody else at the same time everyone else will be, because she took a fate point from me. So who knows what will happen? We'll find out. And it might be bad. It might be bad. What's going to happen? You can, and then this, I have a thing this Saturday at 4 p.m. Yes, Eastern on Balrog 1911's channel. I'll be doing a charity stream of Stille Nacht, which is this really great horror game, a one-shot game. It's super awesome, and you should come and watch it and donate for Players versus Cancer. And I think those are the big things that you've got me doing this week. No Blue Rose. So yeah, those are the big things. Find me for the other stuff. But what Yanto's interested in finding at Bernard, that's tricky. Does Yanto like money? Sure. But like looting money's not, it's not really a challenge. That's like looting money is like really his least preferable way of getting money. Well, no, I think working an honest job would be his least preferable way of getting money. And then looting is the next least preferable. Like he likes to earn it, in an interesting way. So finding things that are money is not, he does not have a lot of money. He's basically broke at this moment, cash wise. But that's not what he's really interested in. If there was something there, whatever. But he's mostly interested in gaining knowledge, things that he could use to fake identities later, things he can use to blackmail people later, or find ways to manipulate people. Like maybe if he sees a thing that's clearly like some kind of a sentimental thing, he could use that when he's talking to a mage later, like, oh, do you remember that one willow tree where the orgies happen? Whatever he can use to like manipulate people later, anything like that will be useful for him, because that's what he's always looking for, things he can use later to be more believable. Like if he had to pretend to be like some kind of servant who worked here at some point in time, he can then pull it off more believably because he can sort of describe the grounds. So he's sort of looking at that. He's trying to sort of take in all of the environment. He is interested in where this orgy took place, just because that's interesting. He would be interested to know, he just kind of wants to know what it's like to be here, because he knows people who were here and were bullied unfairly, and he knows people who were here and won orgies. Like, so he kind of like, he knows people and he kind of wants to get to know them better by by sort of studying their places where they've been at. And if there's anything that'll be useful for emotional manipulation or blackmail later, he will note those things as well. Because, I mean, isn't that what everybody wants when they go to a new place? Like, you go to Paris, you're like, oh, I'm going to Paris. How am I use this to sort of create a fake persona or lie to people? Like, I feel like everybody thinks that when they go to a new place, right?
Not
No?
usually, no.
Oh. But my love goes to everybody who participated in a conversation about Demeridium and the Bad Mage. Everybody who just yes-anded all of that excitement. There's all the love right there for that is all of my love. I'm gonna just give all the big love, just like a big, huge, just big love I'm gonna give to everyone in the group for having innocent thoughts and minds and never making any innuendos.
Nah, I think we left innuendoed and we're right into entendre.
But not a double, just a single entendre. It's just a single entendre.
Yep.
Forgot to give my love.
Okay, we'll give your love.
And also, Simon forgot to say what he's looking forward to at finding out
That is
Bernard.
true. I did notice that
I
as
was
well.
going to ask him about that. Yeah.
If I found Javik's room, I wouldn't be sad. Or his old room.
So my love goes to when Simon was asked, "Are you going to tell anybody you're teleporting?" He's like, "No." Yes, loved it. Billy for the faces he made when he first came into the call, and also for his indecision on whether he should open the letter or not, and Trooper for just having fun brother sister conversations, and maybe some not so fun brother sister conversations for Brenna. But brother sister moments nonetheless. They're bonding. It's cute. Yeah.
Wait,
and then of
did
course
you say something about bondage? I'm sorry, I misheard you.
Nah, that's not on the table in this party.
I'm just saying apparently some people might have experience with that.
Yeah, but not together.
Brenna.
No. And love for Prex for messages back and forth, for responding to my messages, my secret messages that I sent her.
I mean,
yeah,
we have these.
Yeah, that's it. That's all. That's my
love. And Simon, what is Kadarin? Well, aside from the mysteries of the ages, Kadarin looking for in Bernard?
For a confirmation that some people made it out. Because regardless of what the answer is to that, that will put his mind at ease. Because if, and by made it out, I mean not like taken by the wild hunt, right? It's they're safe, or they're dead / MIA. Because if some are safe, then good. I haven't technically killed everyone. If everyone's gone or dead, then he has a lot of work to do to rebuild the school. So that's why he needs to put his mind at ease regarding that. And then afterward will come the heavy lifting. Oh yeah, because if people survived, sorry, I forgot that part. If people survived, instead of rebuilding the school himself, he's going to try to find them.
Important things. As for me, hey y'all, you know me. I'm at Dirtadolin on Twitter, or Praxorthesmia4. You see me around here on Twitch. Thank you everybody for hanging with us. Thank you for keeping going through all the drama, through all of the jokes, comments, things, and stuff that make my Wednesday night. But we will not have a Romance of the Blue Rose this week because we are having it's Halloween. A bunch of people have things. And then you also need to go and hang out with Simon, and we're gonna host Simon all day on Halloween for the charity games with races. Also, go listen to Chris Spivey because he is a great speaker and a really good bean. Then we will not have Witcher because we're shifting things around for the month of November. We won't have Witcher on the following Wednesday, which is the 3rd. On the 7th, that Sunday, we'll have the finale of Romance of the Blue Rose, and Witcher will come back on the 14th. And we're gonna have Witcher on Sundays for the rest of the month of November, and that'll bring us to the end of the 14th, the 21st, and the 28th. Will bring us to the end of season 2 of Witcher Home. But I will post all of this on Twitter because everybody needs to know it's a little complicated. But next time, half of you are in Banard and half of you are on a boat. I'm loving this. Also loving who you left on that boat by themselves with their ex. Just saying. Cool.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, they're gonna get off the boat, right?
So Johnny and Myth are playing Red Dead Redemption 2 with each other.
Ooh.
So we're gonna go raid Myth because, it popped up and I was like going between the two. We're gonna send some love to Myth, send some joy. Apparently he's playing Law now. I'll be interested.
Ooh.
So, we'll catch you next time, everybody. Bye.
I